Good morning. I'm Mark Blank, and this is the Commissioners' Weekly Meeting for February 28th, 2024. Commissioner Plant, any preliminary comments? Are you ready to approve the consent agenda?
I am ready to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Goman,
I would also vote to approve the consent agenda.
as would I. Proceeding number 23A-0078, CP, Purple Mountain Tour Company. Mr. Foreman, common carrier application.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. Wyatt Foreman of your Commission Council, and with me is Alex Acera, also of your Commission Council. Before you is a motion filed by Green Jeep Tours, LLC, to extend the time in which to file exceptions to recommended decision number R24-0036. The ALJ issued a recommended decision in this proceeding on January 19th, 2024, in which she approved applicant Purple Mountain Tour Company, LLC's application for a CPCN to operate a sightseeing service within a 136-mile radius of Granite, Colorado. Green Jeep, an intervener in the proceeding, filed this motion on February 8th, 2024, which was the final day of exceptions window. In its motion, Green Jeep states that it intends to file exceptions to the recommended decision and therefore ordered a transcript as required by statute. However, Green Jeep had not received the transcript by the time it filed the motion and therefore requests that the deadline to file exceptions be extended to 20 days after Green Jeep actually receives the transcript. Purple Mountain did not file a response to Green Jeep's motion. The Commission has authority to extend the deadline to file exceptions pursuant to Section 40-6-1092 and Commission Rule 1505A. Importantly, Commission Rules 1505A and B require a party to request a transcript within 7 days of a recommended decision in order to file for exceptions or move for an extension of time to file exceptions. Green Jeep did not meet this deadline. However, it did file its motion before exceptions were due. The Commission must therefore decide whether to grant the motion and, in so doing, waive Commission Rules 1505A and 1505B. I can pause here for a discussion or move on to a recommendation.
I'd welcome your recommendation on this one.
We recommend waiving the 7-day requirement on the grounds that the motion is unopposed and that permitting Green Jeep to file the transcript and exceptions will allow for more accurate discussion of the proceeding to date. We therefore recommend granting the motion in part and extending the deadline to file exceptions to March 8th, 2024.
Why in part?
In part because the motion requested the deadline be extended to 20 days after receipt of the transcript, but we are just setting a hard deadline of March 8th.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Plant?
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Goman?
I also agree.
As do I, and that can be an ABC decision granting the extension of time. So thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Thank you.
Proceeding number 24A-007 CP-TA Summit Express, Mr. Gramlich, another temporary
authority.
Yep.
Yes. Good morning. This is an application that's filed by Summit Express LLC. It was filed on February 12th for temporary authority to provide service between a point in Keystone and several locations in Breckenridge, and also between points in Summit County and points in Eagle County. And it was filed as a temporary application, and pursuant to rule, company may seek temporary authority to operate as a common carrier for a period not to exceed 180 days by filing an application, but also has to show something in the application as support letters to show there's immediate and urgent need for the service and no other carrier capable of providing this service. The owner of Summit Express did supply a support statement in which he states that several Breckenridge and Keystone lodging properties had reached out to the company to provide this basically a ski shuttle service between points in the Breckenridge area and the other resorts. And this is for the remainder of this season. Letters of support were submitted by the Summit County Chamber of Commerce and the Lodge Breckenridge. In the letter from the director of Summit County, the author states that they are writing this letter to support this application. And as the carrier who was providing this service, which was Fresh Tracks Transportation, has not provided this service since 2021, and the service would allow our guests in Summit County to ski in areas such as Vail and Beaver Creek for the day and then return to Summit County. The general manager of the lodge at Breckenridge expressed mainly the same desire for the service. Does state we haven't had this service for 2 years and would appreciate having this available for our guests. A petition was also submitted with the application, signed by representatives of business in the Breckenridge area, in which they state they're also in support of the shuttle authority, of this authority to be granted to Summit Express. Summit Express currently holds an LL permit from the commission, has operated that since 2013, and is also registered as an interstate carrier through the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and provides service between points in Summit County and DIA, which is an interstate service. The authority requested in the TA application is the same as the authority that's in the Fresh Tracks certificate, that, according to the letters, is not being operated now. That application was noticed for the required 5-day period, and no interventions were filed. Even Fresh Tracks did not file an intervention. And in reviewing all the information filed, it does appear that the carrier ski shuttle, I can't even think of the name, Summit Express, yes, has shown there's a need for the service in the application, and I have a recommendation.
I think you might have just given it, but
I think it did, yes.
if you would care to elaborate, please go ahead.
Well, yes, I would say that yes, from the support letters and from the fact that the existing carrier does not appear to be providing the service at this time, the recommendation would be to grant the temporary authority application for the requested 180-day period.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Goman,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision granting the temporary authority for 180 days, as you suggest, Mr. Gramlich. So thank you.
Thank you.
Proceeding number 21R-0538R, rail rules. Is this quadruple R? I thought we already did triple R, so we now reviewing the triple R. Ms. Harper, Dr. Fishaber.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ruthie Harper of your Commission Council. Dr. Fishaber is also available for any questions. For decision today are the second round of applications for rehearing, re-argument, or reconsideration filed on February 6th by BNSF and Union Pacific. Given the nature of these requests, Chair would propose to go through the 3 requests and my recommendations and then turn it over to you for a discussion and final vote.
That would work well for us.
First, BNSF requests reconsideration of its arguments that the Commission's rules are federally preempted or are barred by the U.S. Constitution. I recommend denying this request that you have already fully considered and denied. These arguments and BNSF raises nothing new in its triple R. Second, Union Pacific contends that adopted rule 7212C and G violate the recently issued 11th edition of the Federal Highway Administration's MUTCD dated December 2023. I recommend finding it is premature to consider changes to the Commission's rules simply because a new edition of the national MUTCD has been released. while the MUTCD is the national standard approved by the Federal Highway Administration, this is not a binding document on individual states, and none of the changes has yet been adopted in Colorado. At present, CDOT has adopted the prior 2009 version with a Colorado-specific supplement that includes adaptations and additions where necessary for the proper and lawful application of the MUTCD in Colorado in compliance with state statutes. The commission should therefore, I recommend, find it appropriate to proceed with its adopted rules and to consider revisions if necessary once CDOT has considered and adopted these updates with any state-specific modifications. And I'll note CDOT has 2 years to adopt the MUTCD with any state-specific adaptations. I'd also recommend noting in the order that Union Pacific's characterization of the adopted rules is not entirely correct. The rules do not wholly exclude the railroads from the diagnostic. Rather, they only specify the road authority retains sole discretion over aspects that relate to vehicular traffic, and that railroad consultant time billed to a road authority reasonably excludes matters that are under the statutory authority and expertise of the road authority or the commission. Third, and finally, BNSF moves for the commission to stay its decision and implementation of the adopted rules while all legal challenges to the rules are under review. I recommend denying this motion for the same reasons the commission denied a similar request by Union Pacific in its last decision. To the extent the railroads continue to have concerns with the rules, they can seek judicial review, but that is not cause for the commission to delay its implementation of these critical state safety rules. So with that, I'll pause for your discussion and vote whether to deny all of these requests and move forward with the adopted rules.
Commissioner Plant, comments, questions, discussion, or a vote?
I would vote to deny the request and move forward.
Commissioner Goodman?
I also agree with your recommendation, Ms. Harper.
And do I, and that can be an ABC decision denying the applications for Triple R. So thank you, Ms. Harper. Thank you, Dr. Fishaber. Proceeding number 21A-0096E, Colorado Power Pathway. Mr. Greenberg, an update.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. And this is just an update. No decisions are to be made. No order will issue from this. But last week, Bar Engineering, the independent engineer selected to oversee public services management of the Colorado Power Pathway project, submitted its quarterly progress review. The report contains almost entirely good news. All routing and siting efforts for segments 2 and 3, the first segments to be built, are complete, and those for the other segments are largely complete. All land use permitting for segments 2 and 3 are also complete. The IE reports that the permitting schedule for segments 4 and 5 has slipped a bit, but there's contingency in the schedule, so the IE does not believe this will be detrimental to the overall project. All land and easement acquisitions for segments 2 and 3 is also complete. And due to conductor trends, Excel has ordered the conductor cost trends. Excel has ordered conductor for the entire project, and most of the conductor for segments 2 and 3 has been delivered. All the transmission line foundations for segment 3 have been placed, and more than 20% of structures have been erected. Conductor installation has started on segment 3, and the construction of transmission line foundations for segment 2 is more than 25% complete. The IE reports that the project budget remains on track to meet planned spending in 2024, and that Excel Energy demonstrates diligence in managing the project's financial aspects while remaining vigilant regarding potential challenges and ensuring prudent risk management. Overall, the IE reports no significant issues or concerns.
Well, thank you, Mr. Greenberg. And it just seems like so much of our life is dealing with complaints, problems, bad things that happened. I just wanted to ask Mr. Greenberg to share some good news and just say it's amazing what happens when you align incentives. Maybe. Uh, so I don't know. Commissioner Plant, any comments, questions?
No, we welcome good news. That's great. Thanks.
Yeah, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Greenberg. I think not only is this useful to hear, I agree with you, some not bad news. But also just as a matter of public interest, this is a very large, very expensive project, and I think it's helpful when the commission has updates like this available publicly. So I think this is a good forum to keep people informed about the project and appreciate the update.
Yeah, and just following up on that, wouldn't necessarily limit it to good news, but certainly appreciate it in this instance. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg, for bringing this forward. Let's skip the TAP and come back and end on that. Let's jump to number 3 under Energy 24AL-0049G, Public Service Company of Colorado gas rate case. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Davis of the Commission's advisory staff. Last month, Public Service Company of Colorado filed advice letter number 1029 to initiate a base rate proceeding for its gas utility operations. The primary rate change the company seeks takes the form of a proposed general rate schedule adjustment, or GRSA. The proposed GRSA would generate an approximate $171 million increase in the company's base rate revenues as compared to the revenue requirement calculated in the company's last gas rate case that occurred 2 years ago. Public Service states that the majority of the requested increase in revenues is driven by investments to enhance the safety and integrity of the company's gas system, to connect new customers, and to relocate facilities in accordance with local government requirements. Other drivers of the rate increase include investments in information technology and increases in operations and maintenance expenses due to inflation, new labor agreements, and other market factors. Public Service calculates its revenue requirement using a cost of service study. In this case, it's using a 2023 test year with 9 months, January through September, being historical, and 3 months, October through December, being based on forecasts. The cost of service study calculation is premised on an authorized return on equity of 10.25%, a cost of long-term debt of approximately 4%, a short-term cost of debt of about 5.8%, and a capital structure that has 55% in equity. These elements combined into an overall rate of return on rate base, or what we call the weighted average cost of capital, or WACC, of 7.5%. In terms of implementing the outcome of this rate case, Public Service proposes to make its new base rates effective November 1st of this year, but to delay billing customers on this new rate until after the extraordinary gas cost recovery rider expires in February of 2025. Recall that that rider is recovering the costs that were incurred during Winter Storm Uri. In essence, Public Service would create a regulatory asset to defer recovery of its approved revenue increase from this case for the period November 1st through February 14th of next year. The GRSA established in this case would appear on customer bills on and after February 14th, and a separate charge called the revenue deferral surcharge would also appear on customer bills at that time and would stay there for a 12-month period to collect the uncollected revenue from November through February. The deferred revenue amount is estimated to be $73.8 million, and that's because the new GRSA would not be used in the winter months, November 2024 through January 25, and the first 2 weeks of February of 2025, and that's the time when most bill usage for gas customers occurred. In terms of bill impacts, Public Service states that the average residential customer bill would increase by about 9.5% if the proposed GRSA took effect immediately at the end of February of this year. Likewise, small commercial bills would rise about 8.5%. If, however, the company's deferral proposal is accepted, residential customers would experience no bill impacts from this rate case in November of 2024, but would instead experience a 7.5% increase in February of next year, and the comparable increase for small commercial customers would again be no increase in November and an increase of about 4.7% next February. In addition to seeking an increase in the gas base rate revenues, Public Service is also requesting approval of a decoupling mechanism called the Revenue Stability Mechanism. The company explains that this RSM is intended to support the company's financial health while removing any barriers to the gas utility promoting electrification or conservation. Public Service also seeks approval of an extension to its existing gas quality of service plan. That would be an extension through 2026, an updated schedule of charges for rendering service, updates to standardized costs for gas line extensions, changes to the gas storage inventory costs to allow for a return at the full whack, the extension of the company's current trackers and deferrals, and the company's proposed amortizations of various deferred amounts. Now, staff of the commission and the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate each filed a protest asking the commission to set the matter for hearing and to suspend the effective date of the tariffs that were filed with the advice letter. In its protest, staff points to the elements of the cost of service study that I just mentioned as issues that require more examination in this case. Staff specifically notes the Public Service is projecting rate case expenses, of approximately $1.6 million, and it proposes to recover that $1.6 million of rate case expense over 36 months. Staff also puts this rate case into a short historical context of recent gas rate increases. That is, Public Service last requested an increase to gas base rates about 2 years ago. Staff states that Public Service in that case initially sought a total increase in its base rate revenues of approximately $214.6 million. But about half of that was transferring the pipeline system integrity adjustment or PSIA rider costs into base rates. Staff states that the commission ultimately approved total base rate revenue requirements of about $774 million. That includes that PSIA transfer. And that was, at that time, a 26% increase from the base rate revenues of $610.5 million at that time. Those annual total revenue requirements compare to this case, where the company is seeking $964.2 million of annual base revenue. In its protest, UCA is also concerned about what it calls the continuing pressure on the company's customers and the continuing significant increases in rate base, which are fueling its ever-increasing revenue proposals. UCA lists the elements in the cost of service study that it thinks warrants further examination, and UCA specifically notes the company's proposed increase in bad debt expenses of about $5 million. Now, those expenses generally come from unpaid bills. The commissioners should know that we've already received about 60 public comments in opposition to the rate increase. Many of the commenters raised concerns about the increased rates sought by the company here when they also understand that natural gas commodity prices have fallen. Many ask why they should be prevented from enjoying the rate relief from lower gas costs, especially in light of the experiences of last winter. And also recall that during the legislative session last winter, the General Assembly convened a Joint Select Committee on rising utility rates. The charge of the Joint Select Committee was to investigate the root cause of the recent increases in utility rates and to consider potential policy interventions. The Select Committee sought to better understand the current situation, how Colorado got there, and possible new legislation to prevent future unexpected and steep utility rate increases. The Joint Select Committee's efforts culminated in the passage and signing of Senate Bill 23-291. This is the first base rate tariff filing submitted since Senate Bill 23-291 took effect, and it's also the first base rate proceeding to be filed pursuant to the related temporary rules implementing those new statutory provisions. Implementation of several provisions of Senate Bill 291 will be at issue in this rate case, whereas other aspects of the new law will be addressed in other separate proceedings. But with respect to this case and for this morning's meeting, in accordance with Section 40-3-1025, the Commission must enter a decision certifying the completeness of Public Service's initial base rate tariff filing. Essentially, the Commission must determine whether the filing includes sufficient information to compare test years presented by the utility and prospective parties in the case to what is commonly called a historic test year. And at a minimum, the filing must include a comprehensive cost and revenue requirement analysis based on, quote, actionable, auditable, historic data. And such analysis must also be accompanied by work papers and other supporting materials. Public Service explains in its advice letter filing that in accordance with the temporary certification rules, the company included the following: a cost of service study that calculates the base rate revenue requirement for what it calls the 2023 informational historic test year, and that ended September 30th of 2023. Public Service states that it's provided detailed explanations of all adjustments made to that auditable historic data. The utility's filing with the Commission, that is what was uploaded into e-filings, includes an executable copy of each cost of service study presented in the filing, and Public Service states that it filed the associated work papers, also in executable format, to which the executable copies of the cost of service study are linked. In light of the information provided, Public Service requests that the Commission certify the filing is complete. Neither staff nor UCA directly addresses the certification of completeness in their protests, although staff mentions an interest in ensuring that the filing satisfies the requirements of the new provisions in Senate Bill 291 and the temporary rules. But as I mentioned earlier, the certification process is just one aspect of 291 compliance that will be examined in this case, and the only one that needs to be addressed at this very early stage. So thank you for the time to present this. It's a big case. There's a lot of revenues being requested here. And it's also, again, the first rate case that we've received since the passage and enactment of Senate Bill 291. I'll pause now for your questions or discussion, but the three decision points before you are whether to set the matter for hearing and suspend the effective date of the tariffs, whether to establish a notice and intervention period for this now adjudicated proceeding, and whether to certify that Public Service's tariff filing is complete. I'm also prepared to make a recommendation on those 3 points.
I think we'd welcome the recommendation, Mr.
Okay.
Davis.
Unfortunately, the recommendation is the shortest part of my presentation. I recommend setting the matter for
hearing.
hearing.
The discussion.
I recommend setting the matter for hearing before the Commission en banc and suspending the effective date of the tariffs for 120 days pursuant to statute. The suspension order should establish a 30-day notice and intervention period. I also recommend that the Commission certify that Public Service's base rate tariff filing is complete. The suspension period needs to begin immediately, so that would mean it's a priority 1 order to come out today. Ms. Harper has helped complete an ABC order, doing those 3 things, if that's acceptable to the Commission. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it over for your discussion and vote.
Sounds like just in the nick of time, Mr. Davis. Commissioner Plant, comments, thoughts, or a vote on Mr. Davis's recommendation?
Yeah, I would agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Goman.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I also agree with the recommendation.
As do I, and that could be a ABC decision, Mr. Davis, suspending the tariff, setting it for hearing en banc, and establishing the intervention period, and certifying the filing as complete, consistent with the statute. So thank you. And before we leave, I do have one more thing for you guys on this case. And I just say I haven't fully reviewed this yet, but I did want to give you a heads up before this comes back to us with the interventions, that I'd like to propose in the future some supplemental direct test questions on credit metrics, investment, and projected rate forecasts, very similar to what we've asked for in the past. In addition, when we next consider this case, I'd like to talk with you both about asking for information about the customers that were permanently disconnected in calendar year 2023. I think it was as much as 5,000 customers based on the data we may have been seeing from elsewhere. And for those customers, I'd like to ask, subject to appropriate confidentiality, for data on arrearages, assistance requests, and payment history, as well as zip code, race, gender, income, education, and age data to understand who those permanently disconnected customers are to the extent we know. So just to be clear, I'm not asking for a vote today, but just wanted to give you and the listening public and the company a heads up on those issues. So I don't know, Commissioner Plant, anything you'd add or want to say on this or anything else?
No, I have, no, that sounds good.
Commissioner Gelman? You may have froze.
Mr. Davis, what do you see as like potential timeline for? Here, I'll kill my video. Mr. Davis, what do you see as the most likely timeline that we'd need to decide on supplemental direct questions?
Sure. The order that will come out today will set a 30-day intervention period. So I'm thinking that the commission can take the matter up again in early April, and that would be when it would be appropriate to outline the supplemental direct requirements, and then the company would know what those directives are and be able to work with the parties on a proposed procedural schedule.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll I also have just not gotten into this in a great amount of detail, but I think your questions sound like they're in a reasonable area and likely to have a few more to add to the list as I continue to dig into it over the next month.
I would not be surprised. With that, thank you, Mr. Davis. Greatly appreciate it. Proceeding number 24D-0074G, CNG Certificate of Public Convenience. Mr. Foreman, Mr. Asera, you're back.
Hello again, commissioners. Wyatt Foreman of your commission council. With me is Alex Asera, also of your commission council. At issue here is Colorado Natural Gas's petition for declaratory order, which asks the commission to issue a declaratory order clarifying whether a certificate of public convenience and necessity, a CPCN, is not required to construct a line to serve increased throughput to one of CNG's gas transportation customers. The construction project is an 11-mile gas distribution steel main line, which is intended to enable GCC, one of CNG's gas transportation customers, to begin using natural gas instead of coal. The project will allow CNG's customers to convert its full-time operations from coal to natural gas in accord with CDPHE emissions requirements. CNG expects the cost of the project to exceed $5 million. In its petition, CNG asserts that a CPCN for the project is not required under Commission Rules 4101A and 4102. In support of this argument, CNG cites Section 40-5-101A3, which establishes that a CPCN is not required when a utility plans to construct an extension within or to territory already served by the corporation, as is necessary in the ordinary course of its business. CNG claims that the project does not need a CPCN because its construction is in the ordinary course of gas utility work. It is an extension through territory contiguous to its system that is not served by any other public utility in Colorado, and GCC has requested service that requires a line to territory already served by the company and necessary in the ordinary course of business. CNG also argues that public utilities generally have an obligation to serve customers requesting service under sections 40-3-1012 and 40-4-1012. Under Rule 1304F2, whether to accept a petition for declaratory order is wholly within the Commission's discretion. The Commission accepts petitions for declaratory orders to terminate a controversy or remove an uncertainty regarding any tariff, statute, or Commission rule, regulation, or order. The decision before you today is simply whether to accept the petition and establish a notice and intervention period. I can pause here for discussion or proceed to recommendation.
If you give your recommendation, that'd be great.
We recommend accepting the petition and establishing a 30-day notice and intervention period. The question presented in the petition will remove uncertainty whether the GCC project as set forth in CNG's petition is exempt from the Commission's CPCN requirements. If you accept the recommendation, accepting the petition and establishing the notice and intervention period, we will bring the proceeding back before you at a later CWM to address referral, interventions, or other procedural matters.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gellman. You may say that again. I think I'm pretty good at lip reading, but I want to confirm.
I also agree.
As do I. And that can be an ABC decision granting the petition and waiver. So thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Thank you.
That's proceeding number 24V-0093E. Mr. Foreman, Mr. DeCencio, waivers. Mr. DeCencio.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Mitchell DeCenzo of your commission counsel, and Paul Gomez of your commission counsel is also available. And I will be addressing these next two items concurrently here. On February 26, 2024, Public Service Company of Colorado filed two petitions asking that the commission grant approval of temporary and partial waivers of the company's PUC number 8 electric tariff and its PUC number 6 gas tariff, respectively. The company also asked that the commission waive the notice and intervention requirements of Rule 1206. The petitions are identical in form, with one addressing the electric tariff and the other the gas tariff. Specifically, Public Service is asking that the commission approve temporary and partial waivers to their electric and gas tariff provisions relating to late payment charges from March 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2024. Public Service explains that it is requesting these waivers due to the unavailability of check processing payment channels resulting from their transition of remittance processing, which is currently handled in-house, to an external vendor. Public Service states that it is making this change on March 1st to maintain cost-effective operations in the processing of customer payments via check. During this transition period, again from March 1st through March 31st, 2024, it expects that it may have limited ability to efficiently record and process customer payments via check. Given this, the company is asking the commission to approve the waiver so that its electric and gas customers are not subjected to late fees due to these projected delays in check payment processing. In its petitions, Public Service submitted a table detailing the customer classes for which it seeks to strike tariff language relating to late payment charges for each respective class. I can list these customer classes now if you would like. If not, I can pause here for your discussion, or I can proceed to offering my recommendations.
Why don't you make your recommendation, if you would?
Under Rule 1003A, the Commission has the discretion for good cause shown to grant waivers or variances from tariffs. In making its determination, the Commission may take into account, but is not limited to, considerations of hardship, equity, or more effective implementation of overall policy on an individual basis. The Commission may subject any waiver or variance granted to such terms and conditions as it may deem appropriate. Council agrees with Public Service that in order to ensure the orderly and fair treatment of the company's customers during this transition to a third-party vendor, it is appropriate to temporarily waive those portions of its tariff related to late payment fees in order to avoid penalties for any delays caused by the unavailability of check processing payment channels. Therefore, Council recommends granting Public Service's petitions request for temporary and partial waiver of late payment charges for the waiver period for both the electric and gas tariffs. Council also finds good cause to grant Public Service's request to waive the notice and intervention requirement.
No point.
I agree with the recommendation.
Commissioner Gellman,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC order. Mr. DeCenso. Anything else on this? Nope.
That's it.
Let's go back to the TAP proceeding number 23A0242E. Mr. Mendelssohn, Ms. Dundas, Mr. Greenberg, deliberation on the Public Service Company Transportation Electrification Plan. Mr.
Yes, good
Mendelssohn.
morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory staff. I'm joined by Dan Greenberg, also of your advisory staff, as well as Lindsay Dundas and Mitchell DeSenza. Public Service filed its current transportation electrification plan on May 15, 2023. This is its second TEP. The first was proceeding number 20A0204E. In that case, the Commission approved a 3-year budget of $108 million for the 21 to 23 period. Through the current TEP application, Public Service indicates the TEP is designed to support state's goals of 940,000 EVs by 2030, per an analysis developed by consultant firm Guidehouse. Public Service presents 6 portfolios for approval: advisory services, clean vehicles, public charging acceleration network, residential, commercial, and innovation. These are all described below. The company proposes a budget of $439 million plus a 25% budget flexibility, totaling $541 million. Public Service admits it was not able to spend its prior budget, but as that was due to the fact that programs needed to ramp up and gain customer awareness. However, it now sees significant backlog for its EV services. The TEP process was initiated by statute number SB 19077. The legislative purpose for that is stated as to support widespread transportation electrification. 19077 places an application requirement that it must seek to minimize overall costs and maximize overall benefits. The law also states that utility TEP programs should not exceed 0.5% of total annual revenue requirement. It also allows cost recovery should be comparable to other regulated investments and may use a rider for accelerated recovery of expenses. 077 also allows, but does not require a utility to earn a return on its WACC, a return at its WACC on TEP investments, including rebates. The approval standard under 19077 is the Commission must consider whether investments are reasonably expected to improve the use of the electric grid, including integration of renewable energy, increase access to use of electricity as a transportation fuel, ensure system safety and reliability, facilitate compliance with air quality standards, stimulate innovation, competition, and consumer choice in EV charging, attract private capital and utilize high-quality jobs and skilled worker programs, inform program design and Commission policy, and provide access for low-income customers. Parties to the instant case include Tesla, City and County of Denver, WRA and Sierra Club as the environmental organizations, SWEEP, EVgo Services, RTD, Americans for Affordable Clean Energy, City of Boulder, Energy Outreach Colorado, Independent Electrical Contractors, Rocky Mountain Association, Environmental Justice Coalition, Electrify America, EV Energy Corp, and Climax, PUC staff, UCA, CEO, and Walmart. Now, prior to the hearings, a settlement was reached by 13 parties, including Public Service, CEO, Boulder, Denver, WRA and Sierra Club, Environmental Justice Coalition, Tesla, SWEEP, EOC, RTD, Walmart, EVgo Services, and EV Energy Corp. The settlement represents a comprehensive resolution of the proceeding. Generally adopts Public Services rebuttal positions with 2 main modifications from the initial filing. That is, that it will shift from company-owned direct current fast chargers, or DCFC, to a rebate program to support the charger market. And it also introduces EV supply infrastructure, or EVSI, rebates in addition to company-owned products. A few more specifics on the settlement include that it generally adopts the Public Service budget of $438 million over 3 years. It allows a 25% flexibility in the overall budget and 50% between portfolios. It formally adopts Public Service's method of measuring rate impacts, which, according to the company, indicates that rates will drop by approximately 0.3% due to EVs on the system. It allows WACC recovery for all capital expenditures, including $60 million for distribution system investment. It allows amortization of 10 years for rebates and as much as 56 years for distribution investment. It provides specific budgets and program designs for the 6 portfolios, including equity goals. It specifies cost recovery via the TEPA rider, and it specifies reporting and evaluation. Now, 6 other parties signed a stipulation: staff, UCA, CEC, Electrify America, AACE, and Climax, which refer to themselves as the Affordability Coalition. The main focus of the stipulation is to limit the budget to the current $108.4 million, which equals the prior budget, and is about 4 times the actual spending level, according to them, of what the company spent from that prior budget. The stipulation offers $0 for distribution system investment, clean vehicles, and public charging infrastructure, suggesting that the distribution investment should be recovered as ordinary course of business, and that is through rate cases. That federal and state incentives represent meaningful support for EV adoption, and that public charging is unreliable and the settlement is not enforced reliably. The stipulation also specifies that it will limit public services return on rebates and other ordinarily expensed items. It adopts a deferral mechanism proposed by CEC, and it offers no insider option for flexibility allowance. Staff says that EV adoption in the state is trending up, and the TEP is not needed to meet state goals. The UCA says that the AQCC recently adopted the Advanced Clean Cars 2 requirement for manufacturers, and that is not reflected in the Guidehouse study, which guides the overall program. Staff indicates that no evidence on the record specifies that programs specifically contribute to EV adoption. In fact, Public Service has purposely left damaging cost-benefit analysis out of the record. Staff also says, via its answer testimony, that neither application nor the settlement minimize overall costs and maximize overall benefits as required by SB 19077. Staff says the Commission will be justified in denying the company's TEP application outright in this proceeding based on a failure to meet this fundamental TEP requirement. The stipulating parties also argue, staff says that the TEP will lead to large increases in rates when considered in combination with other major investments, including $2 billion for the Power Pathway, $10.7 billion in new generation and transmission per the ERP, and $2.7 billion in DSP investment. UCA says the TEP budget included no receipt of federal or state funds, and the Commission should not approve the TEP unless a commitment is made to pursue those dollars to the greatest extent eligible. It says the retail rate impact approaches about 0.5% in 2026 under this approach. So the discussion for you initially is regarding the overall settlement stipulation. I've just summarized these. Does the Commission wish to proceed with adopting either the settlement or the stipulation in full? I could pause here for your discussion or vote as to whether either proposal meets the statutory directives of the TEP legislation and merits adoption in full.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mendelson, and for that thorough overview. I mean, one of the things that is clear from the most recent greenhouse gas roadmap, as well as the one that was previous, is that while we're on the general trajectory for meeting the statutory carbon reductions by 2030, we're not really there. And the Energy Office calculations estimate that from the transportation sector, you need to get about a 30% reduction below 2005 levels in order to meet those statutory objectives. And that means, according to their estimates, getting to 70% new car sales being EVs by 2030, which is today it's at 17%. And I think in order to achieve that level of consumer confidence, we need to really broadly expand our infrastructure for charging and prepare the distribution system for the loads that are represented by EVs. So in this effort, my initial position is really closer to that of the settlement. But I also recognize that it's a compromise position, and there's elements of it that I'm not crazy about. And I imagine that's probably true of all participants in a settlement. It's by nature a compromise. We ended up with two positions really out of the 20 or so, and they're really diametrically opposed and represent, I think, completely different visions of what direction we go in terms of deployment of electric vehicles in the state. The area that I have greatest consternation with is in the settlement agreement is the 10-year amortization at WAC of rebates, which just seems, number one, excessive, and number two, not really consistent with standard practice around other rebate programs. As I mentioned, when we were back in the supplemental direct, the TNC incentive, I think, is not particularly reasonable proposition. But generally, my view of where the state needs to go in order to comply with the statutory provisions of HB 1261 are more in line with that of the settlement than of the stipulation. But recognize that we have a substantial conversation about this, so I'll just leave it there.
I'm personally not quite there. Commissioner Gilman, curious to hear where you are.
Yeah, I mean, I would say in starting off, I'm not prepared to accept in full the settlement or the stipulation as they were presented. I think Commissioner Plant laid out well. I mean, these present very different budgets and very different visions of how we should proceed. And I will likely lie somewhere in the middle, depending on the issue. I think there are certain, programs and budgets and provisions in the settlement that make sense and appear to be in the public interest, and several others which I think are vague and poorly supported and would be very difficult, quite honestly, to spend the level of money that they've proposed. Similarly, the stipulation, or maybe not similarly, on the other hand, the stipulation, I think, likely goes too far in restricting budgets and programs, especially when it will be ideal at this time to ensure we're maintaining or continuing to build momentum toward electric vehicle adoption. So I think my preference would be to go through kind of point by point on the major topics to figure out where we land. And I think as we go, some I will be closer to one and some closer to the other, just depending, and how I found the record. But I think it's important probably for us to go through point by point, just so we can ensure that we really understand as a group how we'll optimize around the idea of minimizing the cost and maximizing the benefit of this plan as it moves forward.
Like you both, in the middle, and wouldn't support either approach. Maybe a little more trouble by the lack of sort of basic cost effectiveness analysis, attempts to quantify free riders or other efforts to assess the incremental value of the company's proposed programs. Just seem like not enough accountability, nor do we fully understand the cumulative impacts of our decisions like this one. So I may be a little more closer to the stipulation in terms of overall budget, but look forward to, as you both suggested, to go through item by item and see where we land. So with that, Mr. Mendelson, you want to keep moving us along?
Sure. Okay, that's good. I'll just Move forward. Great, thank you. Okay, so the next issue is the rate impact calculation. Settlement endorses the Public Services Rate Impact Calculation Method. The method complies with statute 40-1-103.3, where revenues from EVs and utility service territory are specifically referenced. The rate impact calculation projects all revenues from EVs adopted since 2021, then nets out operating costs to produce kilowatt hours, then compares to total revenue. The analysis indicates a savings of 0.32% per year approximately. Public Service notes this method was approved in the last TEP proceeding by Order C21-0017. The company contends the statute generally refers to EV revenues, not incremental revenues associated with adoption due to this specific TEP. Separately, Public Service submitted a bill impact evaluation based on direct impact of the TEP rider. This bill impact indicates that there's a 0.74 to a 2.2% impact to customer classes based on the allocation method chosen and the specific customer class in question. UCA responds that that the Commission should assess the retail rate cap incrementally so that each year of Public Services proposed 24 to 26 TEP is treated as a standalone program. UCA states that the analysis should exclude 2021 to 2023 EV adoption, but should include still amortizing capital from the first TEP. UCA states that the rate impact is positive, not negative, if the incremental evaluation is completed that way. Staff argues that the rate impact evaluation and Public Services claim that TEP will place downward pressure on rates is dubious due to questionable assumptions, including that new EV load causes no incremental net costs, such as increased T&D and generation, that new EV load is directly attributable to Public Services TEP programs. Staff notes there is no support of such on this record and possibly contradictory analysis excluded from the record. And the claim of reduced rates is based on simplistic accounting that it ignores actual cost recovery mechanisms involved. Staff questions the value of the guidehouse model as it simply models the level of adoption in the intervening years to meet the state's 2030 goals. Staff argues that the company refers to a cost-benefit analysis of transportation electrification that incorporates the TEP conducted by Brattle Group that is based on the guidehouse results. Staff contends that Brattle CBA does not evaluate cost-effectiveness of Public Services TEP programs specifically or of various portfolios within the TEP, that the impact on the impact on EV adoption in Public Services service territory, or whether the TEP seeks to minimize overall costs and maximize overall benefits. Staff suggests the company actually has such analysis in its possession, but refuses to place it on the record. In the Commission's prior order, C21-0017, the Commission found the retail rate impact measure should measure the retail rate impact of the plan itself, which would not in any common sense way include revenues with no arguable tie to the plan. We therefore direct the company to modify its calculations to exclude revenues from EVs purchased prior to 2020. So the decision before you now is, should the rate impact be calculated using all EV revenues since 2021 or only incremental EV adoption 2024 on, as argued by UCA?
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I would go with the full look at EV impact as opposed to incremental. I think that the program itself builds off of previous investment, both on the distribution side as well as the EV adoption. So it's gonna by its very nature be lumpy. So that's where I would start out.
Commissioner Goman?
Yeah, I'm probably less clear. In the inaugural TEP, we had to kind of encounter this issue and figure out how to move forward. And in that case, we said, well, I mean, quite obviously, the TEP couldn't have influenced any EVs that were already purchased before it even existed, which, by the way, was the company's position at that point in time. So I don't know. I've struggled with this, kind of trying to figure out, should this be just the plan? Like, it's the EVs that are actually purchased during the plan year, the years that we're looking at, or is the TEP this larger organism where we look at the entire TEP since the first TEP started? I don't know, so I recall in the first TEP saying, well, quite obviously we shouldn't be including anything that can't even possibly have a link to this TEP, right? So I guess it's difficult. Like, are we looking at the TEP as this big umbrella thing that like incrementally builds off itself, or are there discrete plans that then have to like meet certain criteria? I still don't have a perfect answer to that question, in part because I think, as the chair mentioned, there's really no cost effectiveness information in here. And while I don't think the statute calls out cost effectiveness specifically, it does indicate that we need to minimize costs and maximize benefits, which basically means cost effectiveness to me. In another word, I mean, how do you compare costs and benefits to each other? And so I think it remains difficult. So what I would say is, at least from my perspective, I think this is kind of another interim guess move at how to get this right. And I would not say in any way, say for the next TEP, what we do this time is set in stone as this is the way you do it, because I remain somewhat, I don't want to say confused, but really torn about what is the right way to look at this and how do we move forward. Not only that, but as you look at the calculations, I think it's somewhat difficult to look at an argument where the company wants to simultaneously add significant distribution system expenses to support the plan, yet does not in any way account for distribution system expenses in the cost of transportation electrification. So that's a tough position to take on both sides at the same time, especially if we look in contrast to what we're seeing in the Clean Heat Plan or in the Gas Infrastructure Plan, where the company puts significant emphasis on the potential cost that beneficial electrification will cause to the electric distribution system. And here it's all but ignored. Clearly the intent is to minimize that through better, smart charging programs, optimized charging programs, and things like that. But I find a very difficult juxtaposition in what's been presented here compared to other types of electrification that the company analyzes, as well as compared to the actuality of what they're arguing in this very record in terms of what is evaluated and what is not evaluated. So I just remain concerned. I think one obvious move is, as we look to the next TEP, we need to get better cost effectiveness information as we move forward. So we'll have a much better basis for the scale and prioritization of spending within these plans, which I think is really all but lacking at this point in time, to like have that clarity to be able to move forward. So, lacking any better clarity, I think I'm okay to go back to the EVs purchased since 2021. Although I think we all understand there's probably significant levels of free ridership. There are significant questions that I have about what's actually in these calculations and what should be in these calculations. And so I don't think we're in any way in like a perfect situation with regard to how this was calculated, but perhaps a next best step on how we move forward, and perhaps we can provide some valuable feedback for the next TEP on specific improvements we'd like to see in some of this methodology.
I guess I'm just really struggling with the lack of cost effectiveness, quantification of free ridership, accountability, and feel like we just need more before we, invest repair money in this. So I'm more interested in accountability For me, I was probably going to say, well, should we do it for cars purchased after 2022, for EVs purchased after 2022? I don't know. I mean, it just seems like double counting. We're counting revenue for the last one, and then we're using the same revenue to justify this one. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Gilman. You're fine with the 2021 after 2021?
Yeah, I am, with the caveat of I really want to see, as we move into the next TEP, much better data on cost effectiveness for the different programs and proposals and budgets, as well as much better data on pre-ridership evaluation, because I don't think we're at the end state of this in any way. I think we just simply have to do something to move forward with, I think, very imperfect information from the company here. And so to me, I would much rather
I didn't even try.
yeah. But I would much rather be able to see a more direct attribution. I mean, look, I know sometimes you purchase it for a combination of reasons. Did it contribute? Did it not contribute? Did people know about it? So there's all sorts of questions, but I think there is data that can be found there to make it more clear, far more clear than it is right now. So I'm okay with the 2021, with the caveat that I expect this all to be far better done for next time, especially in the area of cost effectiveness and free ridership. And my intention would be to continue to hone in on how can we actually figure out what revenues are in any more arguable way directly tied to the TEP and its spending.
I think Commissioner Plant, there's 2 votes to limit it to revenues after 2021, with some strong language here and maybe everywhere else that we want to see more about cost effectiveness, free riders, accountability. I don't know if you want to agree with that, or you want to put a footnote dissenting.
I'd agree with that. I think, one of the things, I mean, the programs, it builds on itself over time, so it's really hard to drop a hard marker. I mean, we saw this happen just within the time that this proposal was put in front of us, that they started to see ramp up in adoption that was, sort of coming from investments that were made, over the previous 6 months. So it's hard to drop a hard marker on a certain date and separate them out. But
I think it is fair to say that these investments that haven't occurred yet led to that prior take-up. So
yeah, but when we invest, in December, when does that apply? And it's hard to say. And the only thing, and I agree about, trying to find some sort of a measure of cost effectiveness, but of course that, how you, what cost effectiveness test you use is going to really drive what the outcome of that is. And I think that, in the next proceeding, we're going to really need to examine various different cost effectiveness tests and to find out what is going to be the most appropriate measure of cost effectiveness, because it is people buy cars for a lot of reasons, so.
All right. Does that give you what you need on this one, Mr. Mendelson?
I believe so. If I could just confirm that the commission is rejecting UCA's request for an incremental annual analysis.
Correct. 3-0.
And but adopting staff's request to consider EV adoption specifically attributable to the TEP program. Is that
including EVs sold after 2021? So, Commissioner Gilman, would you like to clarify?
Yeah, look, I think it's an ambition to continue to whittle down. Is there any way to actually identify what amount of the revenues could be attributed to the plan? I take that that's a difficult task. You know, an at-home charger or something probably very clearly ties to what someone is, you know, someone's purchase or the actual rebate for the purchase of the vehicle. You know, support with DCFCs is a lot squishier. You know, maybe all of a sudden there's a charger on my commute that makes me much more confident and I go buy the car. So I take that not all of these things are cut and dry, but also agree with the chairman to the extent like there's no even effort to separate it or to try. And we all know 100% of the revenues is not an accurate depiction of what could be directly attributed to the plan. So I think for the time being, we'll cut it at 2021, so that we don't take anything that was purchased before that, which literally makes no sense to me. But there's ambition to continue to move forward on cost effectiveness, evaluations, as well as better data on free ridership, so we can better whittle out like what does it actually look like in terms of what it was incentivized by the plan versus just typical customer behavior.
So as I understand it, Mr. Mendelson, revenue attributable to EV sales after 2021, 2022, and 2023 will be allowed for purposes of determining the cost effectiveness of this program. That's my understanding of what we're deciding.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I was also going to prompt you if you wanted to set any specific parameters to the cost benefit analysis, or leave that to the company.
Oh, going forward?
Yes,
You mean in the next step or here?
in the next tab.
Why don't we go through the whole thing and then come back to that?
Okay, now we're on to the specific portfolio and program designs and budgets. The first one up is advisory services. We can push this to the end if the commission would like to, or I can present it now.
Do you guys have a preference? Up to you, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay. The settling parties support approval.
Did you have something, Commissioner Gibbon?
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, I didn't find the advisory services information incredibly clear. Stop me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mendelson. So, you know, I somewhat interpret it as a derivation potentially of a percentage of the total plan kind of size and cost. So to the extent it is, it could make more sense to talk about after we talk about kind of the size of the other programs. But if I'm wrong about that, then maybe we can speak it now. But it may be a better byproduct.
I prefer to take that up at the end once we go through the individual programs. I think that, I mean, let's figure out what the advisory services are supporting before we set advisory services.
Fair enough. Okay, so with that, I'll hand it to Mr. Greenberg to pick up the next set of portfolios.
Yes, good morning again, Commissioners. Dan Greenberg of your advisory staff. My job this morning is to guide your deliberations about the 5 portfolios of programs proposed for this TEP. That includes clean vehicles, public charging acceleration network, or PCAN portfolio, the residential and commercial portfolios, and the innovation portfolio. So starting with the clean vehicles portfolio. In this TEP, the company is proposing to continue an equity rebate program from the first TEP that offers $5,500 for new vehicles and $3,000 for used vehicles for income qualified or IQ customers to encourage selection of EVs over internal combustion cars. The company is proposing to expand access to rebates to non-IQ residents of disproportionately impacted communities and members of federally recognized tribes, providing them with incentives half those offered to IQ customers. The company also proposes additional clean vehicle rebates for drivers for transportation and delivery network companies with annual vehicle miles at or above 25,000 miles, and government agency EV purchases. The settlement proposes a total budget of $17.7 million for the clean vehicle portfolio. The company and settling parties contend that the clean vehicle portfolio helps ensure that lower income customers can benefit from transportation electrification. The company contends that even with the existing tax credits and incentives, many EVs are more expensive than conventional vehicles. The stipulation proposes that the entire portfolio be eliminated. The stipulating parties argue that existing federal and state tax credits and programs are quite generous, particularly to IQ residents, and that, quote, it is unwise to throw additional ratepayer dollars on which the company proposes to earn a WACC return at additional vehicle purchase rebates, end quote. UCA points to the Air Quality Control Commission's new Colorado Clean Car Rule, which mandates that sales of zero-emission vehicles and plug-in hybrids must be 42%, 68%, and 82% of the market in 2027, 2030, and 2032, respectively. There are 3 decision points for the Commission to consider here. First, should the equity rebate program be continued for income qualified customers? So I'll stop here for any questions or your deliberations, and I do have recommendations available.
Commissioner Plant.
So we're talking about the IQ specifically.
Yes.
I would support continuing the IQ.
Commissioner Gutman.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Greenberg. I still find value specifically in supporting the IQ EV purchase rebate. Especially at the time we did this, providing this rebate for used vehicles, I think was a major step forward to ensure we really had support for IQ customers, especially among maybe vehicles that would be closer to the price points they could that were accessible to them. And I think this presents a helpful program. Certainly, helping with a $500, $900 charger is one thing. If folks can't afford the vehicle, that probably presents the largest barrier to some of these customers. And I think this program does make significant strides as far as supporting IQ customers to ensure that they can participate in clean transportation, and would like to see it continue for IQ customers.
As would I. You're on mute. You're on mute. There you go.
I understand.
You're on mute, Mr. Greenberg.
Sorry about that. The second decision point is, should the Commission approve the expansion of equity rebates to non-IQ residents of disproportionately impacted communities or members of federally recognized tribes?
Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. Yeah, I kind of struggled with this one, but ultimately, I think I think it's about a 50% of the IQ incentive for the DI communities, and I think that the overall expansion of EV adoption within the DI community is going to sort of feed upon itself. So you end up with more charging infrastructure, you end up with more of the electric vehicles in those DI communities. I think that sort of starts to drive that market within that community. And so I would support the level of DI support here.
Commissioner Gilman.
Commissioner Plant, is that for you're talking about non-IQ DI residents as well as federally recognized tribe?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly struggled with this one more. I think as we continue to digest data around DI communities and kind of the needs and where the needs reside in those communities, this is one I'm really struggling with. I'm a bit hesitant to kind of move forward as we're working in other places to look at, are there tiered systems that make sense? We have an energy and security working group trying to work around what should kind of the apparatus look like to continue to support folks. To the extent that there's some significant overlap in DI communities, as well as federally recognized tribes of IQ customers, those customers are already being supported right at the higher level. So I struggle a bit with the idea that we could have folks really at any income level getting a higher level of benefit here, which does pancake on top of other significant kind of state and federal benefits. I'm not so concerned about the pancaking of the other benefits for IQ customers, because I think that is really the target market we most want to assist. So I just struggle. I mean, I do buy the concept that seeing more vehicles in your community, kind of building more local demand for charging infrastructure does kind of encourage folks to adopt. I do agree with that, but I also struggle a bit with if we really understand the demographics well enough of kind of the full scheme of who would be incented under this. I mean, my inclination was to go only with the IQ in this version of the plan, and then rely on some of the work being done by the other groups to say, you know, what should really our full apparatus of support look like for non-IQ DI communities or federally recognized tribes, so we can understand kind of how we build that apparatus. I think this presumes to know in a way I'm not so confident that I know what the differentiation between those benefits should be. So maybe I'll hear from the chairman and hear what you're thinking.
No, I'm more with you, staff, UCA, and advisors on this one. You know, we've just seen that, you know, there's multi-million-dollar homes in DI communities. It's just we're at the earliest stages of how we define and determine this stuff. And I think I'm with you, Commissioner Gilman, that I'd like to see these other processes play out before we start spending ratepayer money on it. So I would not expand it further, even at the lower levels. So if I don't know if that's a firm vote on your behalf, Commissioner Gilman. I don't know if you want to suggest something else, Commissioner Plant, but it seems like the dynamics of this discussion are increasingly clarifying. So I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, anything you want to add?
I mean, I'm happy to hear from Commissioner Plant again. I'm not completely past being persuaded, but I'm just skeptical that we're at a point where we know the right way to proceed with this. I think it's conceivable in the future. You do have some tiered benefits. It's just that those discussions are such early days, and I share some of the concerns of the chair that we could be incentivizing folks who don't need financial help. And I think there's a pretty squishy indirect benefit here that makes me a little uncertain if this is how we should be spending ratepayer money. So I don't know, Commissioner Plant, if you had anything additional you wanted to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, honestly, I think this is a bridge. I don't expect that in the next TEP this will be a component that's necessary, because I think that at that point we'll have a little bit more mature EV market, you know, that is hopefully directed towards a wider you know, variety of income levels. You know, I think that, and that's where, you know, I was kind of, you know, I'm coming down as I don't think any of us could sit here and say, yeah, we think that, you know, somebody in a, you know, huge mansion should get an incentive. But those are generally not all the people that we're talking about here. I mean, those are kind of the exceptions, right? And I think if what we're looking at is, you know, an established area, you know, tribal area, or disproportionately impacted community, and we're trying to sort of jumpstart things happening in those communities, I think it's appropriate to have a 50% of the IQ level as an incentive to try and move that forward. But you know, I mean, there's arguments on both sides. I don't want to be too impacted by sort of looking at an extreme example when that may not be, you know, the majority of who we're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my concern is this stuff is all opt-in. So it systematically targets the people who are, I mean, the incentive of the company is to spend money. And it's like it's all opt-in. So it's the people who are foreign who are already doing it or who are most likely to do it who will get this funding. So I don't know. I guess Commissioner Goman, you just got to decide.
For me in this iteration, I would say no and keep it to IQ. But I would certainly like to see as we move forward with these different efforts around DI communities, around what tiered incentives look like, around energy and security working group, that we continue to focus on what is the appropriate differentiation kind of benefits between IQ, DI communities, and other groups so that we can get it right.
Commissioner Plant, would you like to do an email, a footnote dissent, or
I don't know what's a
I
footnote.
guess.
I don't need a dissent or anything.
All right. All right. Why don't we keep going, Mr. Greenberg?
Okay, and before I do, I just want to ask, you may know I'm taking notes. I'm wondering if the noise is distracting to you.
No.
You can hear it. Okay, great. The third decision point is, should the commission approve the proposed incentives for the TNC, DNC drivers or government entities? And I'll just repeat that this was opposed by the stipulating parties. The idea here was to provide rebates for TNC and DNC drivers of, sorry, I think it was $5,000 per vehicle for those drivers that exceed 25,000 miles driven per year.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I don't see a good argument justifying this this component of the rebate. I think that, you know, your operational expenses associated with the EVs are a pretty good incentive for a TNC driver, increases their profit margin. And the other thing I would note is that, you know, TNC drivers are not the only high mileage drivers that we have in the state of Colorado. And so, you know, I just think that this is it's just a misguided form of rebate. I'd like to see it more in the tariff and more in the operating cost, basically acknowledgement of an operating cost reduction for TNC as an incentive. And that the other, you know, component that came up during the testimony was also, you know, how long are folks who get this rebate going to be actually driving for the TNC, because people can go in and out of that industry. So I would not vote to support this.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Plant. You know, I think in part an innovative way to look at, you know, how we really try to court those high mileage drivers. TNC might be one flavor, as Commissioner Plant pointed out. But you know, I couldn't get past really a lack of specificity around how we actually apply this, how we actually enforce it, how this actually works today. I think there was a lot there that I was left confused and unsure about after all of the testimony in the record to figure out how this would actually work. And so I agree with Commissioner Plant. I think we do not accept this at this point.
I also agree with Commissioner Plant for the reasons he outlined. Keep going.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the Public Charging Acceleration Network, or PCAN, alternative portfolio. As specified in the settlement, the Public Charging Acceleration Network portfolio proposes to provide rebates to third-party developers of DC fast chargers, or DCFCs, that are located either in a DIC or in an area that meets the state's definition of a rural community. The settlement in the settlement, the company agreed to withdraw its earlier proposal to own and operate chargers, but reserves its right to propose this again in the future. The settlement provides that rebate recipients must agree to an uptime requirement of 97% on a per port basis and must provide semi-annual reporting to the Colorado Energy Office of their uptime percentage and a description of any long-term downtime events. CEO will provide uptime information to the company in an aggregated or anonymized format for inclusion in its annual report. The settlement budget for this program is $2.2 million. For the settling parties SOP, the company and CEO have committed to work together to evaluate station performance and ensure that uptime requirements are addressed on a more comprehensive statewide basis in conjunction with ongoing statewide fast charging rollout. The company also says it will have contractual remedies in place if developers are not meeting their reliability obligations. However, at hearing, the company admitted that even if it could identify a poorly performing DCFC that had received a rebate, that its only recourse would be litigation. Staff cites evidence that nearly 30% downtime has plagued DCFCs, creating unsatisfactory driver experience and posing a challenge to the public charging industry. The stipulating parties contend that the 97% uptime requirement is entirely toothless, putting ratepayers at risk while both developers and the company, via the WAC return on amortized rebates, benefit. Staff cites questioning at hearing indicating that the company could not provide insight into how damages would be determined even if it were to pursue litigation, and that there's no indication that the company would return any litigation award to ratepayers. There are two decision points for you to consider regarding the PCAN portfolio. The first is, does the commission approve the PCAN alternative program and budget? Alternatively, does the commission approve of staff's so-called PCAN pie that supports only EV supply infrastructure or EVSI investment and not chargers directly? And the second decision point, I'll just give them both to you now. The second decision point is, should any portion of the PCAN rebate be contingent upon achieving the 97% uptime requirement?
Your plan.
Yeah, I mean, I support the pecan as proposed. I do have concerns around the uptime of the chargers, and you know what we heard in the testimony, because NEVI has a 97% uptime requirement, and CEO holds back a portion of the incentive to be distributed over time, and I would think we could do that here. One of the things that I think we've discussed is a 2/3, 1/3 kind of a breakout of the incentive, with the final third being distributed when you demonstrate uptime, compliance. The challenge, the challenge associated with this is that the parties won't share directly whether the uptime, whether there's compliance individually with the company, because they see the company as a competitor, and so they share it with CEO, and CEO aggregates it. But if you're going to do that, how do you manage distributing that last third if it's not coming from the company? Does it go through CEO, or I'm a little lost on how that would function practically, but I would like to see us have that 97% uptime requirement similar to what is in the NEVI, and if we accomplish that through holding back a portion of the rebate, I think that would be appropriate.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I too support the PCAN alternative as proposed in the settlement. And with regard to the 97% uptime, yeah, I mean, look, to me, a DCFC, any charger for that matter, only supports transportation electrification and promotes kind of confidence if it actually works when you show up to use it. And I've certainly been frustrated when I show up, right? You barely ever show up at a gas station and they don't have gas. So this has to work as smoothly as that. I've tried to weigh a few options. I agree. I was disturbed by the settlement, seeing that provision largely as toothless, I think, as described by staff. I think there is an option where we try and hold back part of the rebate. But I agree with Commissioner Plant. Sounds complicated, especially given the data sharing issues. I thought there may be another option. It could be kind of cleaner if we look, and I'm trying to figure out if is this per company, like charging developer, or in total. But if you look at this program and kind of a look back in preparing for the next CEP, and if you haven't achieved the 97% in that look back, I think there's two potential options in how you use that. If you can only do it in aggregate, I think support for a program like this would be seriously jeopardized in the future if we're not seeing performance at the levels that are anticipated. Another option would be, if there could be differentiation in CEO's data between or amongst charging companies, if one or two or whatever, if it could be determined who is not, they simply could be ineligible for future rebates, in the look back. It's possible that could be kind of quicker and easier and cleaner than trying to hold part of the rebate this time and then kind of disperse that. I actually think it's probably a more significant risk that if you say, hey, this entire program is contingent upon these being reliable, and if we find they're not reliable, I think it very seriously jeopardizes any future arguments for programs of this type. So I don't know. I just want to propose that as a different option. Clearly, I'd prefer if you can get that differentiation in the data, that it would simply be like developers who didn't meet that criteria are ineligible for future rebates under programs like this, at least in the next round or whatever. Maybe it's not a lifetime ban, but that feels a little cleaner to me than trying to hold back part of it. Especially, I buy some of the arguments that like the upfront money matters to get projects developed. And to the extent we hold back what could be upfront money, are we holding back the development? So that's just a thought on a different way we could consider looking at the 97% uptime, but curious to hear from you, Chairman.
Yeah, I agree with you. I support this investment. I think it's appropriate role for the utility, and I greatly appreciate them moving away from utility ownership and operation into a rebate program. I think it's a better structure for the market. So really pleased to see that. And I'll just throw out a proposal, whatever, 50% up front, a quarter after the first year, a quarter after the second year, and do it on a total developer basis. So CEO just says the uptime for this developer was whatever, 98%, and and I'd even give them some room, so make it 95%. And if they hit it, they get their rebates, and if they don't, they don't. So I'd enforce it here with this contract and just start making these things more reliable. Maybe the future thing is an incentive, but I don't know. So it's like on an airline, each airline has a percentage on time. I don't know why each developer can't have a percentage reliability that's developer specific, and the future rebates depend on that. So it doesn't seem like that's given away hugely confidential information, and maybe there's an embarrassment factor by rank ordering them. So throw that out there, Commissioner Plant. Any thoughts on that? Adjust it any way you want. 1 year, 2 years, 95, 97.
Yeah, Mr. Greenberg, you were gonna
I just wanted to mention that those two ideas are not mutually exclusive. You could, require, hold back some of the incentive as a performance incentive, and then look back at the next TEP to see if there are, if there were developers, DCFC developers who consistently had problems. You could consider making them ineligible.
All right.
Yeah, I do like the idea of, if I don't know exactly how they do it when they don't know, they don't have specific data on the specific stations, but but I would be more inclined to do a 2/3, 1/3 as opposed to 50/50, just to get more of that. As Commissioner Gilman pointed out, that upfront money is pretty important. So.
All right, I can live with that. So the proposal is 2/3 upfront, 1/3 after a year. Commissioner Gilman, any thoughts on that?
No,
With
that
some-
works for me. And to Mr. Greenberg's follow up on kind of my alternative idea, which could be used in conjunction. Perhaps there's also some reporting on if anyone did not, if any particular developers did not receive their full rebate in the next TEP. That would be indicative of some problems with their performance and could impact their applicability to get some of these incentives in the future.
All right, Mr. Greenberg, I think that's a decision. Want to keep going, or is it back to Mr. Mendelson?
Well, I just want to, in terms of the language you put in the order, I want to just be clear. Are we going to say that developers that missed some threshold in aggregate for all of their ports would not be eligible, or are we going to leave that up to the company? Or do you want to put any guidelines around that?
For the future?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd just be general language saying that eligibility for future rebates, both for the continuation of the program and for individual developers would require, may require some showing of, reliability, something like that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you'd say that any different, Commissioner Gilman. Would that work for you?
I'd make it a may, but just essentially a warning that if we're seeing poor performance, especially kind of linked to specific developers in this round, that we expect transparency in the next TEP around where those performance failures occurred, largely in terms of developers. And then that may be considered moving forward as far as eligibility for rebates. And then I think it would largely be litigated in the next TEP, like the details, but I think the emphasis here is on that transparency and on the potential for jeopardizing, future participation.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, well, now we're moving on to the residential portfolio. The settlement would continue the EV Accelerated Home, or EVAAH program, the EV Charger and Wiring Rebate Program, the Optimize Your Charge, or OIC, Passive Charging Management Program, and the Charging Perks Actively Managed Charging Program from the first TEP, with some changes I'll discuss with each decision point. The settlement proposes a $27.7 million budget, of which $17.5 million would be capitalized. The stipulation contains no provisions specific to the residential portfolio, other than that its budget should be $8.1 million across 3 years. Advisors have identified 9 decision points with regard to the residential portfolio. The first is, should the company be allowed to install and own wiring and chargers on the customer side of the meter, as it proposes to do in the EVAAH program, or should the company provide only rebates for this equipment? Under the inaugural TEP, this program provides company-owned level 2 chargers in customer residences. Staff asserts that the Commission should terminate the company's ability to use TEP funds to own assets on the customer side of the meter because such a practice is generally anti-competitive. And I will stop here for your discussion or have a recommendation if you like.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with staff on this. I think that, what I would love to see on the utility side is, rebates and financing. And I don't see really the need for the utility to own these chargers. There's a pretty robust market of chargers out there, and a lot of vehicle companies are, including them at this point with a purchase of a vehicle. So yeah, I'd side with staff on this one.
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I generally agree with you, Commissioner Plant. I'd like to see, ideally this program transition to an on-bill type program, whether it's on-bill repayment, on-bill finance. I do see value in kind of the pay over time product, right? To increase accessibility to people versus a rebate. So there is, I think, a necessary place for a product that acts similar like this to the customer, where they pay over time. However, I'm unconvinced that the company needs to be owning it rather than a financing model. However, I'm skeptical we can get any financing model in place like somewhat immediately. Yeah, I will defer the history of on-bill finance.
Yeah, what was it, 30 years on the other one, Commissioner Flynn?
Don't even get me started.
A couple months might be a push. I think you'd agree with that. So I guess to me, in the immediate, I don't want to see the program with the unique benefits for customers that this has kind of lapse for lack of not having the replacement figured out here. So I agree with you in the philosophy and in where we should be going. I'm less convinced we should end this right now in its current form because I don't think we have the replacement in place. And I think it's important to have that consistency for customers of a product that serves the same purpose. So my preference would probably be to allow the company ownership to continue for this round of the TEP, like this plan essentially, but direct them that an on-bill product should be developed for the next TEP to effectively take the place with kind of a similar customer experience to what's offered now. The one caveat I would add to that is, in the inaugural TEP, the company had argued to maintain ownership of this equipment, even though all of the evidence in the record that they supported was that the customer would have paid for over 100% of the actual cost. So in the original TEP, it was decided, no, the customer should be able to own it at the end of the 10 years. I'm not very happy with the way that's being executed right now, whereby that is like a proactive action the customer has to take to end the company ownership. So what I understand in this record. So the one thing I would do immediately is say that at the end of that 10 years, the default has to be that the customer owns it. And if the customer takes some proactive action to allow the company to continue owning it, okay, I guess that's fine. But I am not supportive of the current default being that the company maintains ownership and we're somehow relying on like a document they signed 10 years ago that they're going to exercise this option. It just doesn't feel reasonable to me. They paid for 100% of it. The default is they own it. I don't think maintenance is a big deal on these EV chargers, to be perfectly honest with you. That should deter a bunch of customers from wanting to own the thing they've paid for 100% of. So that would be kind of what I'd recommend is we take that immediate action to change what the default is at the end of these arrangements, and then direct the company to move this to an on-bill in the next filing, but allow them to continue it for now because I just don't want there to be this big gap in this type of offering right now.
With Commissioner Plant on this one, I'd like to see a rebate program move forward and not have the company owning behind the meter assets. I just think that's a competitive market and it's not appropriate to use ratepayer funds to to support it. So I'd go with the rebates, but I'd like to put language in the order strongly encouraging a move towards on-bill finance as part of, with a proposal filed in the next step. And, if they don't file it, they're on notice that we'll ask for it on supplemental direct. So I don't know if Commissioner Gilman has changed her mind, Commissioner Plant, or I think on this one, you're the deciding vote. Maybe.
I'm good with that. Commissioner Gilman, I don't know if you have other thoughts.
So you'd move forward with, if they got something going and on bill before that, I don't know how that would even work. So there would be some lapse in this kind of pay per month style of charger until the next TEP was in effect and we had an on-bill replacement.
Guess they could file a modification, although given prior timeframes, it seems unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, they could, they're in a DSM proceeding now where that's one of the issues is some sort of an on-bill system, so they could incorporate it into that, I suppose. But yeah, I mean,
We were pretty prescriptive.
I think there's a pretty strong market out there for home chargers, and that that maybe the company was necessary initially, but I don't see them being necessary now.
Commissioner Gilman, do you want to do a dissent on this? I mean, and you don't have to decide now. You can write a concurrence, a dissent. You can do whatever you want. But any comments or guidance to the advisors?
I think it's just a footnote dissent. It's just my preference be that we don't kind of stop and start a program that feels pretty similar to the customers. I agree with you all philosophically. I just feel a little stronger about the consistency of the customer than I do about what happens in the next 3 years with regard to the specific point. So footnote dissent for now. I'll let you know if I change my mind.
Mr. Greenberg.
All right, moving right along. The second decision point regards the company's EVAAH demonstration proposal. In this TEP, the settlement proposes a demonstration program that would add bidirectional charging, an optional stationary battery to the EVAAH program for up to 160 participants. So for decision is whether the company should be allowed to own the equipment for this demonstration program that would, again, be behind the meter in customer homes.
I'm a little more flexible in this one, but Ms. Dundas, did you want to jump in? I see you turned on your camera.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify on the last decision point, the one prior to the one Mr. Greenberg presented. Commissioner Gilman had suggested some language for the decision about customers currently enrolled in the ownership program for these chargers.
Oh.
Is that something Commissioner Gilman was interested in getting a vote on?
Yeah, I would strongly support that.
I would as well.
Thanks for the clarification, Ms. Dundas.
And then one more clarification on that, Commissioner Gilman, is that language with the presumption that ownership transfers to the customer being the default, is that only after 10 years, or is that if there's prepayment as well? I believe that was an issue in the last TEP.
Certainly intended to be at the end of the 10 years. I mean, to the extent that there's prepayment, wouldn't the entire point be to own it? I mean, to me, why else would someone pay the thing off like to want to try and own it? I mean, it feels obvious to me unless somebody has something on
so,
that's a good
so
point.
it transfers ownership at full prepayment or 10 years, whichever comes first.
And that's the default. I mean, look, I look back at the decision language. Had I to do it again, it probably would have been a little more direct. I certainly expected that to be the default situation. So
okay, thank you guys.
Yeah, and I think that's a 3-0 vote. Commissioner Plant,
EVAAH
Yes.
Demonstration project, yeah, I'm with you. I think, we can make an exception for a demonstration project of 160.
Yeah, and it's a different market that doesn't have the same competitive attributes. So I agree with that. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a more nascent area that could use this support. Perhaps we point to that in the decision, especially given, I think, some of the opinions on behind the meter ownership, in that this is not kind of a in perpetuity idea, but rather this is a nascent area that needs kind of more immediate and robust support to prove out. And to the extent to which those conditions change, that's a good thing if the market can support it without this sort of thing as we move into the future.
Mr. Greenberg.
Alrighty. The third decision point for you regards whether or not the company should be required to increase the participant incentive for the Charging Perks program. Currently, other than a $50 sign-up incentive available only to Charging Perks participants, there's no difference between the incentives offered to Charging Perks or Optimize Your Charge or OIC participants. In response to questioning by Commissioner Gilman at hearing, company witness Eiley agreed that as the system continues to evolve, there will be a growing need for dynamic charge management to address localized constraints on the distribution system, and that dynamic charge management will therefore be more valuable in the future than the static, passively managed charging offered by the OIC program. Mr. Eiley also agreed that there's a disconnect between this future need and the equivalent incentives the company proposes to offer for both programs. So again, the question is should there be a difference in the incentives? Should the Charging Perks program offer a higher incentive than the OIC program? And if so, what directive should we give to the company to develop such higher incentive?
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I think, I'm gonna defer to Commissioner Gilman on this one. I think that, her line of questioning with Mr. Eiley was really, was eye-opening. And I think that there is a justification for a shift in the time frame. But generally support the program.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think that part of this they struggle with the most is we have this like pretty rather static kind of program. And we all know we're still debating the time frames on which we're most concerned about getting more load, reducing load. That will continue to change, I think, as the system transitions to more intermittent renewables, and even to the extent we have local distribution system issues, which we're already hearing about from the company. This isn't just a generation problem on the high end. This is also becomes a distribution problem at some point, in that using EVs as a dynamic load to ensure that they are able to be charged when it works best with the grid from both a generation, transmission, and distribution situation certainly seems like the end state to me. Like that seems like where we want to go. And so given especially the company's focus on kind of consistency and training customers, I see huge advantages to really promoting the Charging Perks as where we want customers to be, rather than this more static option, which I think it comes off as a little simpler, but we could end up sending the wrong price signals, and then we all know it kind of takes years to adjust these things, as unfortunate as that is. And so to me, I just see enormous current and future benefits in getting customers into the program that we know is more dynamic and more helpful, especially given all of the changes we see coming in the system at all levels of the system. So the exact right incentive level, like, I don't know, but I'm just alarmed, like, how are we not showing a massive preference for the system we know is better and we know would save the system more money in the future? So I don't know if it's double, I don't know what it is. And to be honest, it might be more of like a marketing and advisory thing that, yes, there should be differentiation in the incentives that is more than what it is now. But I also just want to see the company prioritizing. We do have a preference where customers go. Our preference is the charging perks that is more dynamic and better meets the changing needs of the system as we move forward. And then we don't have to, in 5 years, adjust what we're telling customers. Like, we have them in the program that works the best for the dynamic situation moving forward. I think also, and I think, staff or someone had suggested this, but with regard to all of the discussion on DRMS or Durham systems, which Plant's very familiar with, I would certainly expect that this all integrates, like that the charging perks and the control and our opinion on when EVs should charge in total or in specific geographic areas is largely controlled or informed by these broader load management systems being deployed by the company. That feels like a no-brainer to me. I hope it's a no-brainer to everyone else. So that being said, yeah, I mean, if we need to set the exact levels, I don't know, roughly double, if I had to say so today. But I think it's also much more like a communication and strategy point that I want to make to the company, that this is where we should be pushing people in everything I'm seeing. And that should be their focus. And clearly they should use whatever platform they're deploying elsewhere to manage loads, to manage the EVs as well.
Amen. I was really disappointed by the investment and scope of the charging of this program, and believe it's far too small to meet the challenges we face. We currently have over 100,000 EVs on the road now, and this program targets maybe a few thousand customers. It just feels off by an order of magnitude or more. One of the primary claims of the company in this case is that EVs will raise electric sales and revenues in ways that will lower customers' rates. And this simple assertion critically assumes that EVs aren't all charging during our highest loss of load probability hours that drive new resource needs. And as you said, Commissioner Gilman, in the Phase 2 electric rate case, we expressed a lot of concerns that our current residential time of use rates shift to off-peak pricing at 7, which may well be our highest loss of load probability hour. So I just couldn't agree more that we need to be dynamically charging EVs when the wind is blowing and the sun is shining, and avoid charging at the highest loss of load probability hours as they evolve over time. So I would double or even triple the incentive. And I'd like a finding in our order that the current scale and scope of the problem seems inadequate, and ask that whatever budget flexibility they have in this program, that we end up giving them, they should really focus on driving this program now. And I'm especially disappointed because we did that sim like a year ago, telling them that this is what we cared about, and they still ignored it and served up a small pilot program. And I mean, it's just clear if we get this wrong, it's going to cost us billions of dollars in new transmission and new generation to serve load between 6 and 9 in the summer. And if we get it right, it could really be a material benefit to the system. So just real disappointment on this. And so I guess my proposal, I'm fine doubling it, but I'd probably triple it. What was it, $50? It's not very much. So maybe I triple it and order them to expand this program, as we see it as being core to the future and a critical element of justifying their core assertion that this is going to benefit customers. So I don't know, Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gilman.
It looks like Mr. Greenberg. I have something to say, but it looked like Mr. Greenberg wanted to talk.
Mr. Greenberg.
I just wanted to point out that, and I think you're aware of this, Chair Blank, but in the first TEP, this program was pretty much a pilot, and they are proposing to lift the cap on participation. So I would expect participation to grow rapidly in the Charging Perks program. Just wanted to point that out.
All right, fair, and all right, fair enough. Commissioner Goen.
No, I just want to agree with what you were saying at the end there, that I think it's important in the decision to emphasize really how this program stands to tie together their actual claims within their filing, that this will produce downward pressure on rates, makes a necessary underlying assumption that people are charging at the times that benefit the system. Both in bulk as well as locally. We're seeing in this very filing arguments for tens of millions of dollars in distribution system expenses to support EV charging. And, this is the program that can help us minimize those expenses in the future and ensure that transportation electrification is cost effective for the system in total. And to kind of shortchange it or not have a lot of emphasis on it, as the chair said, and as we discussed, I think is missing the point of even supporting the very things that they're promoting in this filing, and that would be helpful to point out as we move forward.
Do you have a preference, double, triple? It sounds like you're fine with the language emphasizing.
Yeah, I mean,
2.5.
sure. But what I think that points to the lack of real data we have around this. I certainly hope as we move forward with distribution system planning, as we move forward, I think the distribution system is more of a mystery maybe than the generation costs of when we add load, incremental load. I'd love to really understand the value. In total, understand the value much better on demand response and demand flexibility that these assets offer the system. And, hopefully we'll see a lot more of that in the next DSMSI filing. But really, the underlying message here is we need better data upon which to base this. Like, what exactly is the value to the system? We don't have that data. But I certainly understand there's far more value in a program like this than a static program, which we'll have to spend years litigating and changing. Like, this is the thing where we want everyone. So I'm fine with tripling it. I want it to be a fairly obvious choice to the customers. But that also has to pair with public service companies' advisory services and their actual promotion that this is our preference of where customers go.
I'm fine with all that, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. I think that, it's been clear that, the managed charging offers an enormous opportunity both for the system and for the customer. So if tripling is the right number, I don't know. Sure.
I'm just trying to send a message. I
think that sends a message.
There's no data, so it just drives me crazy. But so it's just sending a message. Focus on this, please. Let's see. Are we at a natural break point? Why don't we get through the residential and then we'll take a break? So why don't you keep going?
Okay, let me just see how many more decision points. Do you want to know that now, or should I just go?
I'm counting. Why don't we just take an 8-minute break till 11:15, and then we'll just keep going from there. Does that work? See you at 11:15. All right, keep going, Mr. Greenberg. Oh, you're on mute.
So I am. Sorry about that. The next decision point still on the residential portfolio is whether or not the company should be required to implement a vehicle to grid program before the end of this TEP. Staff advocates strongly for the establishment of V2G capabilities and argues that the company should be required to field a V2G program prior to 2027. The company counters that there are no V2G chargers currently on the market in North America, at least under 50 kilowatts, and that this market is in a state of flux so that it should not be required to offer such a program at this time. I'll stop here for your deliberation.
How about we strongly encourage it as the technology and the technology in the market permits? I'd love to see this happen. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'd agree with strongly encourage language.
Commissioner Goldman.
Same. I mean, this is also one of like the really exciting promises of additional transportation electrification. But I do buy the company's argument here. I mean, V2G seems like the most exciting thing that's almost always months from happening. And I can't figure out when it's really going to happen. But certainly we understand it can provide enormous benefits. And so same, if this becomes available, and also recognize like this is something that probably will have to be piloted before it has a full program. And so like there's a long lead time, like a lot of what we do here to getting like a fully functioning beneficial program out of this. And so to the extent to which they see an opening and an opportunity to do this, be happy to see them pursue it as they are able, by strongly encouraging, as you stated. Certainly it's my assumption that by the next CEP, it should be included in there at the backstop, the latest.
No later
possible.
than. No later than.
Yeah.
All right, decision point. The next decision point, Mr. Greenberg.
All right. Next decision point regards the charging window for the OIC program. With regard to managed charging, the settlement would eliminate the company's TOU or time of use rate as a compliance path for the managed charging participation required by participation in the EVAAH and charger and wiring rebate programs. The settlement also lifts the cap on charging perks for participants, modifies the OIC charging window from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. daily, and requires 80% of charging to fall within that window. The settlement withdraws an off-peak subscription rate the company had proposed on direct and commits the company to explore with stakeholders and possibly to file a dynamic rate option by April 1, 2025. Answer testimonies of the City and County of Denver, WRA, and the City of Boulder, as well as public comments provided by Mr. Ronald Sinton, indicate clearly that the hours from 1 to 3 p.m. offer significant opportunity to further reduce emissions and reduce curtailment, particularly as more solar power is added to the grid. However, the current TOU definitions include a shoulder period with higher rates that begins at 1 p.m. So the question for you to discuss is whether the OIC charging window should be expanded to overlap, or should remain as is, or be expanded to overlap with the TOU shoulder period. And when I say remain as is, I mean remain as proposed in the settlement, 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., or again, extended to include those early afternoon hours.
I'd very much like to see charging during those early afternoon hours, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be appropriate to move it to the 12 to 3. I do have one other question though. It seems like they're referencing the April 1st, 2025 that we discussed in the last rate case, and we moved that evaluation of those times into to a different time frame to be able to implement by next summer. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to attach this to that same time frame for a reevaluation. Or what you guys think?
Mr. Greenberg, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, you read my mind. I mean, I see the arguments and I see the data around early afternoon charging. However, I can't in good conscience tell people to charge when there's a rate signal that tells them it's more expensive then. It doesn't make any sense when taken together. And I think probably actually encourages customers to do something that's not the best for them in a way that's very confusing. So yeah, given that we'll see a fall filing reassessing that time of use window and kind of in total that issue around the times, I wonder if it's possible to include this issue kind of in that proceeding such that this could adjust. I don't want to kind of change it and adjust something, especially given all of the focus that we just saw in the phase 2 on consistency to customers. It doesn't make much sense for me to change something now and then have this big evaluation that begins in the fall around the time of use. So, you know, I would probably try to attach this issue in that proceeding so that we can get consistency and clarity among different programs that all reference the same idea of what time do we want to be encouraging certain behavior. I can't move it to early afternoon now when that's a more expensive time to charge. It doesn't make any sense to do. So I agree there's data there, but that's exactly what was discussed in the phase 2, and we kicked it to the fall to really have a full assessment to figure out what to do. So I think that would be the right time frame to assess this.
I mean, it wasn't that the right answer wasn't crystal clear in that case. We just had issues ordering it based on that record at that time. But I hear you. I guess it's not ideal for customers to incent them to charge it. Just like one screwed up rate just, you know, flows through so many other things. I guess I can live with that. You want to keep going,
I do want to just make sure I understand. So Commissioner Gilman, did I hear you say that you would want to keep the charging window as it currently is for the OIC program and not make any changes until the TOU periods are changed? Or do you want to adopt the 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. that's proposed by the settlement and keep that?
No, it was a third option that it's like something in the order saying we know this is wrong, but we're not going to switch it until the phase 2 filing later this fall. But whatever comes out of that, then it'll be switched. Something like that. Is that a fair characterization, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me really to do some interim step that we know is not the eventual answer when we will have all of this analysis done later this year. So I think my preference, Mr. Greenberg, would be to leave it as is and then have the evaluation occur in the proceeding that will begin in the fall where we're reassessing the timeframes and then actually set a durable charging window and signal as we move forward. But I will point out too, if we're incenting more customers to go into the charging perks, which is a much more dynamic program, this probably lessens in its importance in total as well. But I would prefer that this be an all-in evaluation, as the chair pointed out. There's all these things that cascade from one decision on what the time frame is. So it seems most appropriate to consider this as part of that discussion in that proceeding, rather than set some new and different and somewhat arbitrary time frame now, only to like change it in a year. I don't think that serves customers the best. So I would say you put it all into that proceeding, but also given our focus on charging perks, ideally this is of less importance in total, honestly.
The only thing I'd say is, for me, it's not much of a reassessment. We had a full 2-year ERP process where we approved $12 billion of new resources. I think we know the answer. It's just not lining up in the records of individual cases. So to me, there's not a huge need to reassess it. So we already know what's going on, but I hear you. It's a problem.
And a
Incenting
helpful opportunity
customers
to look at all the places this factors in, which I think you missed when you look like so narrowly. Like the decisions in that necessarily cascade into transportation electrification and other things in terms of the messages we're sending to customers and how.
I'm reluctantly okay with this. You want to, unless you have anything else to add, Commissioner Plan, I think we should move on. Keep going.
Correct. So the next decision point concerns the settlement provisions regarding the exploration and possible filing of a dynamic charging rate. Several company witnesses testify the company's openness to this idea, and advisors are unaware of any record evidence suggesting barriers to the implementation of a dynamic rate. But commission staff is right to point out that the settlement provisions do not actually constitute a commitment by the company to file such a rate. So the question is whether the commission should accept the dynamic rate provisions of the settlement or require the company to file a dynamic rate by a specific date.
Commissioner Plant, well, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think I'd leave this one to the stakeholder group. I think when you start messing around with rates, there's just so much, it just starts having revenue issues. It's undue discrimination issues. So I'd leave it to the stakeholder process and not try and hardwire this now. Although, again, I would say strongly encourage. It'd be great to have a dynamic rate, but just how you figure out how you price it and what it means for revenue just seems challenging to me. So I should have let you go first. Sorry, Commissioner Blank, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I'm largely in the same place. I think, the institution of a dynamic rate has a lot of opportunities, but it's also got a lot of questions around it. So I think letting the process go forward is probably the best option.
Commissioner Goodman.
Yeah, and perhaps I stand corrected with myself in that charging perks is the end state. I mean, charging perks can allow that dynamic optimization, but you're still giving the customers just a static kind of benefit. To me, a dynamic rate, that is really sending all of the appropriate financial signals to the customers in a way that gets you, ideally, if not the best charging behavior that matches the costs incurred due to the charging behavior, which I think is a super ideal place to get to. I'd be thrilled to see it in the next CEP. I would expect, how about this? I'd expect at least some analysis to be in the record of what is possible, what the biggest challenges and opportunities would be. I certainly hope that looks like a proposal for a dynamic charging rate, but I cannot have the record be void of some analysis on the part of the company on where we are on this, where we could go, and what kind of the main sticking points and discussions will have to be. So perhaps we elaborate a bit on the settlement in that there will definitively be things in the record in the next TEP. It may fall short of a full proposal. I'm not so sure. I hope it won't.
I'm good with all that. And as someone who spent the last 2 years trying to work on a day-ahead market for Colorado, so we have real-time pricing, we're still a year or two away, even though this is moving faster than anything else has ever moved. So, anything to add to that, Commissioner Plant?
No, that sounds good. Thanks.
And Mr. Greenberg, thank you for the quick, incisive presentation of that issue as we're 2.5 hours into this and maybe getting hungry, at least a little hungry in my case. So thank you.
Trying to go quickly. All right, the next decision point is in regards to the charger and wiring rebate program. The settlement proposes to continue to offer a standard $500 rebate for customers that install their own qualifying level 2 chargers and to increase the IQ rebate for this program from $1,300 to $2,300 to better reflect the full cost of installing a level 2 charger. The settlement also proposes an enhanced incentive of $800 in the charger and wiring rebate program for non-IQ residents of DICs. For decision is whether or not to accept the increase in the IQ rebate for EV charger and wiring rebate program from $1,300 to $2,300, and whether or not to offer a new $800 rebate for non-IQ members of DICs and federally recognized tribes.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I support the objectives of this. I'm still a little bit confused in terms of, what we were told is that the previous $1,200 IQ rebate, I think it was something around $1,200.
13.
Yeah, $1,300 was, regardless of how much it cost. And so it was just basically a check that was written whether or not the installation was, cost $1,300. And they proposed to put it up to $2,300 and with the same provisions. And I just wonder why this isn't going to the installer for the cost to cover the cost of installation as opposed to, the direct rebate. But yeah, I support the proposal, even if I have some questions about how it gets implemented.
Commissioner Goman.
Commissioner Plant, would you want there to be a limit, like 2,300, or the total cost of the work, whichever is less?
You might shut off your video, Commissioner Goman, and repeat that. You were breaking up.
I mean, I wonder, given your point, if there's a reasonable way to cap it at the actual cost of the project, if that's less than the full rebate potential amount.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I would assume a rebate program would work, but and I think it is the way that their non-IQ program worked, but for some reason the IQ program is managed differently, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I'll just say Commissioner Plant is accurate on that there's testimony that any excess above the cost of installation would be used by the recipient, in any way they want, but it would offset their actual charging costs.
All right, so it sounds like you two are in agreement. Am I capturing that right? Commissioner Goodman?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the program. I mean, I certainly buy Commissioner Plant's concerns that when you increase this, you may have more rebate going out the door that might be in excess of actual project costs. So if there's a clean way to address that, perhaps we set a limit on the actual cost of the project.
All right, I like that. I'm good with that, and I think for me this was easier. The equipment in someone's house is easier than it is for the vehicles. So I'm supportive of the more expansive program. You want to keep going, Mr. Greenberg?
Sure. The next decision point concerns two linked recommendations staff makes to improve the Charging Perks program. The first recommendation is to direct the company to develop and publish hourly, week ahead, and day ahead forecasts of the system's clean energy percentages so that customers can know when system emissions are likely to be low and when there's a heightened possibility of curtailment so they can plan their charging accordingly. Staff's second recommendation is to require the company to propose via the 60-day notice provision within 90 days of the final commission decision an hourly price signal for Charging Perks that fully reflects the value of avoided curtailments.
Commissioner Plant?
I'm sorry, I've got a fire alarm going off.
Oh, jeez.
Go ahead, and I'll.
Commissioner Goman, I think I'm pretty supportive of that.
Yeah, I agree.
So Commissioner Plant, we're gonna support the staff proposal. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, that happened to me yesterday where in the middle of a conversation, the alarm went off. Keep going, Mr. Greenberg. We on the commercial?
Almost there, but I am going to go really fast so Commissioner Plant doesn't get caught in a fire. The
It's a
final
test.
decision.
It's a test.
Oh, it's a test. The final decision point pertains to the staff recommendation to adopt 3 provisions in the settlement that appear to be uncontested. These are to 1, lift the enrollment cap on the Charging Perks program, 2, clarify that enrollment in the TOU rate does not satisfy the managed charging requirement for the residential rebate programs, and 3, accept the withdrawal of the off-peak subscription rate proposal. So the question is, do you agree with those provisions in the settlement?
I think I do. Commissioner Plant,
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also do.
All right, maybe now we're on the commercial.
We're now on to commercial, yes. Company's direct case proposed to reduce the minimum number of ports for L2 chargers from 4 to 2 and to eliminate a port minimum for DCFCs to allow customers to future-proof their EV service infrastructure or EVSI projects up to a maximum of 300 kilowatts of capacity, to expand eligibility for its EVSI wiring rebate program from multifamily housing to all new commercial construction, providing prescriptive per parking space rebates, and to install and own L2 charging equipment on customer premises for a monthly fee designed to recover costs over a 10-year period, and to increase equity rebates for L2 chargers, level 2 chargers. The settlement does not alter these proposals. The company's direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony all made differing proposals regarding distribution investments, all of which were superseded by the settlement. The settlement proposes $30 million in no-regrets distribution investments to support fleet electrification and an additional $30 million in distribution investments to support public DCFCs installed by independent developers. The company proposes that these investments would be amortized over a period of 56 years and collected through the TEP rider. The settlement also clarifies the definition of EVSI as inclusive of all equipment from the service connection to the charger stub, as well as any necessary civil design work. The settlement modifies the company's current EVSI program to make $39 million of its commercial EVSI budget available as rebates, allowing participants to hire their own electrical contractors to install EVSI rather than using the company's fully paid EVSI option. The settlement proposes a commercial portfolio budget of $260.6 million, of which $225.4 million is capitalized. The stipulation specifies a budget of $67.9 million for the commercial portfolio. It asks the Commission to affirm that EVSI is defined as encompassing only behind-the-meter infrastructure and that the meter and everything in front of it are subject to the company's line extension policy and therefore ineligible for TEP recovery mechanisms. The stipulation also specifies that the company shall not be allowed to own EVSI in this TEP, providing EVSI support solely in the form of rebates. We've identified 5 decision points regarding the commercial portfolio for your deliberation. The first of these is whether or not the Commission should terminate the company's ability to own EVSI on chargers, EVSI or chargers on the customer side of the meter, the so-called behind-the-meter or BTM assets. The company proposes to install and own charging equipment on customer premises for a monthly fee designed to recover costs over a 10-year period. Staff cautions that such ownership is highly unusual historically, and that the company has provided no estimates of customer benefits that might outweigh the risks of allowing a regulated monopoly to encroach on the unregulated market. Staff points out that Public Services proposal violates the statutory requirement that the Commission consider whether the TEP investments and other expenditures are, quote, reasonably expected to stimulate innovation, competition, and increase consumer choices in electric vehicle charging and related infrastructure and services, and attract private capital investments. To the contrary, staff asserts the company's proposal would undermine the competitive market. Staff notes further that the limited pool of contractors the company makes available to install EBSI will delay completion of projects. The Independent Electrical Contractors Rocky Mountain Association, the IECRM, states that its members are currently not able to compete for commercial EBSI projects because they're unable to compete with Public Service's free installation. IECRM asserts that Public Service seeks to attach strings to funding for EVSE so that its customers pay for the total cost of the installation and it earns a return on all expenditures. IECRM contends further that the proposed EBSI rebates will fund only a portion of actual costs, in contrast to the 100% subsidy the company ownership offers to its customers. Public Service counters party concerns about its ownership of BTM assets by noting 1, the high satisfaction scores program participants have expressed, 2, the high quality jobs and worker training the program supports, 3, the customer engagement the EBSI program fosters, allowing for better customer education on other TEP offerings, and improving the company's ability to ensure the customer's grid needs are properly considered. Noting that this ownership is permitted by SB 19-077, the company claims that this is in the public interest because it ensures EBSI is installed to company standards and it enables the company to better collect reporting data and provides the company with greater visibility into where distribution upgrades may be needed and to work with impacted customers on those upgrades. So the question here is whether or not to allow the company to own behind the meter EBSI and EBSE in the commercial sector.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, this one is one that I've gone back and forth on. I am sympathetic to the restrictions this puts on the private sector in terms of offering a competitive product. On the other hand, I look at sort of the scope of charging infrastructure that we need to get installed in the next very short period of time. And I see this as being a small component of that. And the other aspect of it is that, one of the things that we heard is that there is such a consumer demand for this product that there is, kind of a waiting list, which I think would push people towards towards an alternative installation if that's something that they wanted to get put in place. So I'd be inclined to support the proposal. I think that this kind of behind the meter utility ownership is a little bit different than when we're talking about a charger inside somebody's garage. So I'm supportive of that.
I don't know that I'm quite there, Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I have a few concerns in this one. First of all, I do see this as a relatively mature market. Essentially of electricians, what you're talking about. And certainly we saw advocacy indicating such within this proceeding from their representation. So to me, I'm not so sure this is the best application of utility ownership behind the meter, especially given that this is a very mature market, that especially given the advocacy in this proceeding is saying they are capable of providing without the company participating behind the meter. To me, that's somewhat of a threshold issue on if we should allow this investment to continue behind the meter. Also, I think the way in which it's structured within the settlement is pretty problematic in terms of being pretty outrightly anti-competitive in terms of you can get 100% of it paid for if the company does it, or like 30% of it paid for if you take a rebate. Not that many people will be accepting intentionally the lower option. So it also just really drives people away from a rebate type mechanism. And as you pointed out, I'm a little concerned that it appears that the bottleneck coming up may well be the company and their ability to move on these, which stands, directly opposed to the point here, is to keep things moving, to be able to meet the market in terms of their timing. And so I know the company makes some arguments about the kind of quality and satisfaction. I don't really see any obvious reason in this record to be concerned about satisfaction or quality of work done by state licensed electricians. This is what they do. We don't have the company going and auditing every individual building inside for work being done by electricians. Like, this is the work they've been trained and licensed to do. So I just don't see any realistic reason to be that concerned about that. I do have a concern that we'll see increased bottleneck if we keep almost all of this in the hands of the company, because they've already got a waiting list. And I think that really stands to be in contrast to what we want to see happen in terms of the speed. Also, if we have the vast majority of electricians who could do this work really seeing no benefit in participating in this program because it's so much more attractive to go with the company-owned option, you lose all of these salespeople, quite honestly, who would be out trying to help individual projects or customers get this work done and kind of get a rebate if this was more of a free market approach. And so to me, more of a free market approach is much more attractive, more similar to what staff had proposed. I would recommend we up the rebate amount. 30% is probably not appropriate. I think staff had advocated for 50% of the project cost, but that really all projects should run through that route, so we don't have all of these other issues kind of that we've been discussing. I also think, if this runs through a rebate, one of the main benefits the company was pointing out in terms of understanding where distribution system investments will be needed and stuff, like all that still exists. That, I just don't see the downsides that they point to playing out. So I would prefer to do this in a way that much more fosters the competitive market. And I think actually in the end, decreases the cost of this program for non-participants by moving it to a rebate program rather than company ownership.
On this one, I agree with you, Commissioner Gilman, and for all the reasons you stated, I won't restate it. And I also support increasing the rebate. So I don't know, Commissioner Plant, if you want to try and change our minds or want to advise us help on a dissent.
No, that's fine. I mean, I can go along with that. Increase to 50%, and we'll just see. Hopefully we don't lose
faith in the private market.
Hopefully we don't see a loss in installations, but I can go along with that.
All right, I think that gives you what you need. And Mr. Greenberg, not so much on this one, but as you go forward, if you can just describe the issue and frame up the decision point, and maybe not spend so much time summarizing the positions of the parties, I think that might be appropriate, given we're almost 3 hours into this, and my advisor member maybe halfway through it. So if you could do that for us, that'd be greatly appreciated.
All right, well, just knocked out one of the decision points. The next one is about the distribution investments the company proposed. As I mentioned earlier, the company is proposing $60 million of distribution investments to be included in the TEP plan and recovered through the TEP rider. That's, to support transportation electrification. There's a number of different concerns about this, chiefly that one of the big ones is that there's no guarantee that this investment would be used even in part for transportation, although, because if once it's built, it could be used by anybody. Another concern about the cost recovery of this investment through the rider, particularly when it can't be when it can't be guaranteed to be used for transportation electrification.
Thank you for winging it with my apologies and nice job, Mr. Greenberg. Thanks for helping. Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I support this. The distribution investment. I think that it's true. I'll grant you that, it's hard to say that, we're making this improvement in the distribution systems solely to benefit transportation electrification. It's going to certainly benefit a lot of other stuff too. One of the things that does that I feel like we need to get a handle on at some point are the various different places where distribution investment is being targeted, whether it's the DSMCA or the DSP program or the transportation electrification program. It seems like a consolidation of these efforts would be in our best interest, but right now we have all these proceedings going separately. So I don't know how we do that currently, but in terms of the TIPA charges here for distribution, I would support them.
Gilman as the hearing commissioner on the distribution system planning rules, and I wonder where would you like to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult for me through this process to understand where we are with distribution system planning and how we got here. In that, ideally, the distribution system needs are identified in the distribution system planning process. And look, things continue to move in a bunch of other areas, but the minimum planning scenario for the distribution system planning is to meet all of the state policy goals. So now to hear the company coming in and saying, well, we're not so sure we can meet the state policy goals unless you give us what I will characterize as extraordinary recovery on expenses that should be in the ordinary course of business, it is very difficult for me to square. Either we really missed the mark in the first DSP, which is very possible, or something else is going on. I have a really hard time with these. And so I'm not inclined to support them. I mean, first of all, I have a really difficult time with the planning failures that would have occurred in the DSP for us to be at this point where we have such a major risk to our state policy goals when that was supposed to be the minimum planning criteria there. Also, I mean, if the company has identified needs on their system in order to fulfill their obligation to serve customers, it is their duty to continue to move forward in the ordinary course of business to serve those. I don't see any actual impediment that they were able to identify on why this is somehow different than all of the other investments they make in the distribution system in all of the years prior. Pretty troubled, very troubled by no actual tie to transportation electrification. It's possible that these locations could have fleets that electrify. That's literally as certain as it is. It's also possible some other large customer comes in and just gets a free ride because we upgraded the distribution system there. It's also possible, I have to say I was pretty thoroughly unimpressed with the support for this. As much as they kind of advocated that this is necessary, it's not buttressed by actual customer requests. It's not buttressed by actual development of EVs in that area. It just seemed so thin what the company was putting in the record as far as why we know it's these areas, why we know we'll see transportation electrification in these areas. And so I struggle very much with the extraordinary recovery of what I would consider ordinary distribution system expenses. I struggle even more with just what I saw as absolutely thin support for why we even know we're right, that these will be the right places, and that there is any intention to see a lot of transportation electrification in these areas. And then kind of further troubled by really what seemed like a lack of a meaningful review process and enormous budget flexibility that could mean we're actually seeing well over $100 million invested in this, if we didn't go forward. So I'm pretty negative about the idea. I would like to see the actual process that's supposed to be used to identify these things actually be used. It's possible we missed the mark, but there's nothing preventing the company from investing in these things. I don't buy that there is. So that's where I am at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just think there's a lack of analysis, a lack of accountability, and I'm struggling to support it. So again, I don't know, Commissioner Plan, maybe going forward, I'll have you go first, Commissioner Gilman, so we don't keep.
Do you want to? Do you want to put in language that we expect that this would be in the next DSP?
Yeah, I mean, I would just put in language laying out Commissioner Gilman's comments as she said it, and we would expect this to be in the DSP. So I don't know if you'd say it any different, but Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, and it's not even this push for formality, like wrong place, right? But it's like a failure to do the proper planning and then coming in and asking for extraordinary recovery with very thin support.
And no link to the docket where they're asking for it, really.
Is very much the crux of my I'm not trying to make this sound like a technicality, like, oh, just wait until later this year. It's really not. And I also just don't buy that. Look, the company expresses their obligation to serve far different in a lot of the gas proceedings that we're seeing than how they're expressing it here, which is causing me also quite a bit of concern in understanding if the company literally sees their obligation to serve differently on these different systems or what. I mean, in the hearing, I was kind of hearing like, yeah, we'll get to you when we get to you. It's not exactly how the obligation to serve is intended to work, and it's not what we hear across different proceedings. So I would like to see a less flippant attitude about what the company's actual obligations are to be properly planning the distribution system. We just so happen to have an entire process around that, and like to see that refined as we move forward, rather than granting this extraordinary recovery kind of in advance of doing the work, doing the homework.
Does that give you, I think that gives you what you need, Mr. Greenberg?
It does, yes.
Yeah,
All right.
Keep going.
So the next question has to do with what types of contractors can actually install the EVSI. Currently, it's all installed by apparently a single contractor. The company's put out an RFP recently to bring more electricians into the EVSI program. However, they have a requirement in the RFP apparently that all electricians must be union members. So, I'll just point out IECRM notes that of the 82 projects the company completed through last July, it took an average of 463 days to complete, which it characterizes as excessive and argues against the company's plan to restrict the number of eligible contractors. So really the question is, does the commission want to make any statement about whether restricting to union members only, or tell the company no provisions beyond the labor provisions in SB 19077?
Commissioner Gilman, why don't you go first?
I mean, I think this, if, given our prior point on direction on the EVSI program to be rebate based, I take it, a little part of this is moot in terms of like any direct contracting to do the EVSI work, but rather it's like rebate qualification. I don't know if you disagree, Mr. Greenberg, but kind of given the nature of our previous discussion, that might be helpful to point out in the decision. But I don't see any need to make any additional restrictions like union membership within this. I think a bigger net of let's be honest, like state licensed qualified professionals should be just fine.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we would, interfere in, the electricians that the company is hiring, that's kind of their business. But I mean, if we're talking about who's qualified for receiving the rebates, I think that's a much broader, it's a much broader basis.
I support Commissioner Gilman's approach and Commissioner Plant's comments. So does that give you what you need, Mr. Greenberg?
Yeah, I think so. Let me just. Okay. Okay, so the final decision point has to do with the definition of EVSI. There's a bit of a dispute, little confusion about where EVSI begins and where line extension terminates, basically. I think that has become clear. I think the company really clarified that EVSI is everything between the meter, downstream of the meter, upstream of the actual charger. The remaining disagreement has to do with the word civil design work. The company states that its practice has been to include the cost of civil design work that's necessary to design the EVSI. You have to do some design work before it gets installed. Those words, civil design work, don't appear in the tariff currently. And so really the question is, does it make sense to require the company to file an advice letter to add those words to the definition of EVSI? I'll just say that, again, this is work the company has been doing and paying for. It's the design work is required where it's required, and the costs of that design work would not be changed by a modification to the tariff. It's just whether the tariff has that phrase in it or not.
Commissioner Gilman.
And Mr. Greenberg, maybe just to clarify, given our previous discussion on moving the EVSI to rebate only rather than company owned, would this point be entirely moot, or I presume what you base the 50% rebate on would still matter, and therefore this decision point would still matter? Maybe can you help me?
The EVSI rebates would be based on an estimate of the total cost to install. But it's a generic kind of estimate. So if it's full cost, it would be for a DCFC, it would be $36,000 per port. If it's a level 2, it would be up to $12,000 per port. That is a fixed number. It doesn't. So the rebate, as proposed, would not vary from one project to another. Now, I may have misinterpreted your discussion earlier that, if you want the rebate on an individual basis to cover 50% of the cost of the project, then the cost of the project would, include the cost of the civil design.
Okay. So then if it moves all to, more generic, as you were stating, rather than specific costs, is this question, this point, entirely moot? Just help me understand that, maybe.
Well, it sounds like if the rebate's going to be capped at 50% of the project costs, we should include civil design as part of the project cost. So that seems like an easy decision, right?
And I want to verify that, so that sounds like that's what you intended earlier when we were talking about I'll if we take another break, I'll go back and review and make sure I understand what you said earlier about the rebate levels. But I do agree, Chair Blank, that if the rebate is to be half the cost of a project, then you would have to, it would make sense to incorporate the civil design work cost.
And
I mean, I have no issues with it being included. I think we'll just have to sort out, I mean, I'm kind of assuming we'll probably come back with this to talk like total budget and kind of how things look after this first round of decisions. So perhaps that'd be helpful to clarify, but I don't have an issue with its inclusion, just trying to understand how that works with the other decision points.
And appreciate your difficulties trying to document our decision while winging the presentation. So all appreciation, Mr. Greenberg. Are we on to the next
Well,
one?
I guess I don't think I heard a response. The real question was about whether to require the company to file an advice letter to address the whether or not this language needs to be in the definition of EPSI.
I think we're deciding that it does because of the way the rebate works. We want to include civil design costs as part of the total costs for determining the rebate. So I think the decision is to include civil design or define civil design as part of the cost.
Okay, yeah, I think it may be almost entirely moot though if we're going to rebates rather than company ownership. I think perhaps it might be better for me to just in the interest of time, I may want to bring this issue back just to clarify and put it to you more clearly.
Yep.
All right. Onto the innovation portfolio then. Company's rebuttal case, as modified by the settlement, proposes a total budget of $48.1 million for 3 programs within the innovation portfolio. A V2X program that would continue projects initiated in the first TEP, a school bus electrification program that would provide rebates up to $400,000 for districts able to purchase 6 or more buses, prioritizing rural and equity eligible communities, and an open innovation program that would conduct research into application of battery storage in conjunction with DCFCs, and also about half the budget of the open innovation project via the, according to the settlement, would be set aside specifically for projects and partnerships with DICs. The stipulation contains no provisions specific to this portfolio other than specifying a total budget of $14 million. There's 3 decision points regarding the innovation portfolio. And the first has to do with whether to delay innovation portfolio projects pending the delivery of reports on the innovation projects from the first TEP. Staff points out that that they were expected to be filed with the 24 to 26 TEP, the one we're considering here. Those reports were not filed. Several of the projects are still underway. There's testimony as to why many of these projects were delayed, having to do with equipment not being available, for instance. And the company's proposing to summarize the results and lessons learned from all of those projects through white papers submitted within 6 months of each project's conclusion or full implementation as applicable. So the question is whether you want to adopt staff's position on new innovation portfolio spending. Again, the question is, should any new innovation portfolio spending be halted, pending the delivery of reports on the prior projects?
Commissioner Gilman.
I don't see halting additional innovation work because I think it continues to be necessary. But I am a little unclear on where we are on getting updates on these. Kind of part of the deal with the innovation and pilots and different programs is for us all to get the data when they're concluded so that we can understand the outcomes of those. And so I would certainly encourage the company as quickly as possible for us to get any reports on completed programs and get an update on when reports will be available for those programs that are not completed and are ongoing. Because I think we just need some enhanced transparency here so we can feel confident in approving additional innovation budgets in TEPs to come. So I don't see halting it, but I would like some additional transparency here so we can understand what's already available and then when the others will become available.
Commissioner Plant,
Yeah, I'd agree with that approach.
as do I.
Okay. Second decision point for the innovation portfolio is the budget level for electric school buses. Staff recommends a budget, well, excuse me, the stipulation recommends a budget capped at $2.2 million and notes that other government programs exist to incentivize EV school bus procurement, including $5 billion allocated for EPA's program and another $500 million for a DOE program, as well as $65 million program run through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Staff complains that the settlement quintuples the school bus electrification budget, but doesn't really support why that's necessary or appropriate, and asks the commission to ensure that recipients from this program are required to pursue federal and state funding before receiving a rebate from the company. The selling party SOP doesn't address this program. However, in its SOP, the Environmental Justice Coalition, EJC, argues the commission should approve the school bus provisions in the settlement because they'll result in greater air quality benefits than the stipulation. It also argues that other federal and state resources of electric bus funding do not diminish the need for the settlement's bus budget, as less than 1% of school buses in the state is currently electric.
Commissioner Gellman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably falling closer to the settling party's position on this. I would like to see that paired, if that's the commission's persuasion, which I'll hear from the two of you soon. I'd like to see it paired with additional information. You know, I appreciate EJC's arguments, and also I'm very focused on what kind of grid services these EV school buses can provide as well, especially having very predictable time frames, very predictable locations. You know, I think there's just potential incredible benefit here, but I would really appreciate the company, if we move forward with the larger budget, to continue to explore what those larger grid benefits look like and how to ensure we're making the most of any grid services that could be provided by these when they're stationary the vast majority of the time. But interested to hear from both of you.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd be a little stronger in my instruction to the company to make this program, as opposed to being a per bus rebate that's entirely a utility funded program, to make this a part of a larger grant program that we apply to the EPA to pull some of that $5 billion into the state of Colorado.
I like that.
What's that?
I like that.
I mean, I can't imagine why we would try and fund this entirely through the utility when we have an enormous program at the federal level that we could be leveraging and bringing money into the state for a much more comprehensive program. And frankly, I mean, this is the dream of the EPA to get an application from a state with a major utility offering, you know, matching funds to serve DI communities in an electrification program. That seems to me to be a no-brainer, so I would like to see the programmatic money, and I don't know what the right level is. I don't know if it's 14 million. I don't know if it's 10 million, but have that money go towards leveraging federal dollars.
I love that. So we capped the budget. We let the budget go to 14.2 million. But I don't know enough about the EPA program necessarily to structure it. But the utility funding is like whatever they get from the feds. This is like another 30 or 40%. Something like that. So it like attracts more federal money in the Colorado. Do you have a percentage of the federal money you do or something?
I would just say, let's try and leverage it 50%, 1-to-1.
Is that the right ratio, you think?
So, yeah.
All right, I love that. Commissioner Goman, you all right with that?
Yeah, I'm really supportive of that. Maybe we can refine that language for our next meeting, just so we can ensure that the directive here is more clear. Like, is there no money if they don't get any federal matching? That's even below, what the stipulating parties wanted. So I think we have some details to work out. I'm very supportive of the idea, but perhaps it can get some additional focus between now and our next delivery meeting on
No,
this.
I think that's I think that's good. I would also point out that there are direct pay provisions for the tax credits as well. So there's a lot of federal money to be pulled down for this kind of an effort. And yeah.
So some combination. So just so we're clear among the three of us and Mr. Greenberg, I view this as a TBC decision that's going to have to come back for discussion at a future CWM. I think there's enough disagreement among the three of us, and there's enough 2-1 votes that we'll want to see the language and bring this back. And I think there's also a couple areas where we may, like this one, where we just may not have fully been through this idea in a way that's implementable, like to Commissioner Gilman's point that maybe we want to allocate some money, whatever, 2.2 million to standalone rebates, but the bulk of it is matching. So let's just leave some of this open. It'll be a TBC order, and we'll bring it back for further discussion, maybe March 14th or whatever. So why don't we keep going, Mr. Greenberg?
All right, just one more decision point on the commercial portfolio, and then I think a fairly quick decision point related to DRMS, and then I'll be done. This decision point is about whether the commission should or should not require the company to field a vehicle to grid program by the end of 2026. That's something that staff advocates for. And asserts that there's a lot of previous research that can be used and that could provide a lot of benefits. Company notes that the technology is evolving quickly, but there's the viability of widely available residential and commercial V2G technology is uncertain. It notes the bidirectional charger rental options that are currently in the portfolio as part of the innovation portfolio, and it expects to drive testing and market adoption that will move that market forward, but it says it's just not ready for prime time, essentially. And so it argues against requiring the company to field a V2G program at this time. So that's the question. Should they be required or not to field a program before the end of this TEP?
And on this one, I'd probably mirror our approach on the residential program, where we use strongly encourage language. And since this is commercial, maybe it's strongly encouraged. Maybe it's a little more force behind it, because I think I think it's easier maybe to do in a commercial setting. But Commissioner Goman?
Yeah, same. I mean, the same exact arguments. I feel like we're on the cusp of something great, and I don't want to have unnecessary delay, but I don't see enough evidence that we're definitively there right now that they can stand up a program in the interim. So strongly encourage, however many stronglies you want to use.
Commissioner Plant?
I strongly agree.
But not strongly. Nice job, Mr. Greenberg. Thanks for leading us through that. Anything else before we turn it to Mr. Mendelson?
Just one more, and this has to do again with the Demand Response Management System, or DRMS. Staff notes the absence of any provisions regarding DRMS, despite the Commission's directive in the proceeding to file supplemental direct testimony. Specifically, on the application of DRMS in the context of transportation electrification. Staff recommends the commission direct company to select a DRMS that incorporates managed charging capabilities for EVs, and that includes electrified transportation, that it should include transportation components of the DRMS as part of its reporting and planning requirements in both the DSP and the TEP. In its supplemental testimony, the company states that its current efforts on DRMS are focused on supporting the Renewable Battery Connect program, and it's going to continue to assess use cases and requirements and costs and benefits as it goes along. Company's distribution planning and operational tools. It's going to look at the ability of its distribution planning and operational tools to allow managed charging to be used to help manage the grid. Company contends that several advancements are needed before this fully integrated vision can become a reality. So the question is whether or not to require the company to integrate managed charging into its DRMS platform.
I mean, I think that's a pretty clear yes, but and maybe we just need to say something in this order that makes it consistent with the M docket where you were the hearing commissioner, where it seems like it's just a much better, fuller, thoughtful record than here. But Commissioner Plant, where would you like to go with this one?
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I think that, incorporating this with the DERMS, rollout that we're proposing, I mean, it would be crazy to not have the managed charging program. So, clearly it needs to be implemented, and it should be, a part of the larger effort.
I'm happy to go with that crazy language. It'd be crazy not to language. Commissioner Greenberg, you got promoted. Mr. Greenberg, or demoted. I don't know. Mr. Greenberg, you get to go have lunch after this.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. This is and this is the problem with having acronyms that are so close. So the company is developing a DRMS as part of the last DSP proceeding, right? And that is currently, it's focusing solely on the Renewable Connect battery program. So I just heard Commissioner Plant talk about having this functionality be part of the DERMS. And so I want to clarify that the question is whether this is the case being made by staff, is that control of EVs should be part of the DRMS. I just want to make sure that
so the company has shifted its approach and has acknowledged that the DRMS was sort of last generation, and they're going to make the functions of the DRMS incorporated into a DERMS program. So I think we just stay consistent with that.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Gilman, wherever you'd like to go.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to not incorporate this highly
Crazy.
I would never say the word crazy. Highly controllable.
Your days are a lot better than mine. I have to tell you that.
Highly controllable.
That's because you skipped Nehru.
And absolutely. I mean, step one is ensure it's in the functionality that whatever they're looking for and the market can support. But clearly, I think we should be looking at seeing integration, especially of their charging perks and other managed charging into a broader system. I mean, this is but we can't be missing the boat here. This is the entire promise of making this work cost effectively. And if they can't or won't integrate this in with broader kind of demand management, then I very much question if we'll see transportation electrification happen cost effectively. This is an absolutely necessary component.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Greenberg?
That does it for me. I guess at this point, I will hand it back to Mr. Mendelson.
Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated and nice job. Mr. Mendelson, if you could also follow Mr. Greenberg's lead and just describe the issue and the decision point at this stage, 3.5 hours in, that'd be appreciated.
Sure. I just wanted to ask the Commission, I could go back to advisory services. We skipped that. And then we have a few remaining issues on budget related items, the plan administration budget, as well as the flexibility.
So, on advisory services, I'd leave it uncapped for the managed charging program. And then I'm not sure where we are on the total budget, but I'd probably do like something 10 to 15%. Well, I mean, I guess I struggle to see the difference between plan administration and advisory services too. Should we talk about plan administration and then come back?
Sure, I'm happy to do it that way.
Yeah, and maybe there's a sharp distinction, but I'd probably just do a percentage of the total budget for both. Something like that.
Okay. Well, let me just present it real quickly. So public service proposes a plan administration budget of $46.2 million. They contend it's necessary to support stakeholder engagement, extensive reporting requirements, third-party program and project evaluations, and significant investment in IT systems. Boulder noted via its answer testimony that when combined with the program-specific O&M, the TEP administrative costs are close to $100 million. Advisors confirm that calculation and note that the admin values of total O&M and plan administration represent about 22.6% of the proposed budget. The stipulation parties request that the plan administration budget be limited to $13.5 million relative to the overall budget reduction, but do not have raise any specific issues with it. So the decision before you, should the commission adopt the plan administrative budget proposed by public service or a smaller value in proportion of the broader budget adopted as proposed by the Affordability Coalition?
I mean, geez, I probably do. I mean, I don't know where we are on the total budget, but I probably do something like 15% of that for advisory administrative services, and then carve out something like the managed charging and not try and include that in the cap. And I don't know, something like that. Commissioner Goman, any thoughts, alternative proposals?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me we kind of need another step here. I think you had suggested on the 14th, maybe we'd bring this back to CWM to really look at the budget more holistically, because a lot of the decisions we made today have obviously impacts in different areas of the budget. And so I think I could certainly use the time myself to go through that, as well as to work with advisors on what that means, especially for the two that I see, plan administration and advisory, which seem to somewhat function, although not exactly entirely, as a percentage of like total budget or reference the other programs. So I think it will be necessary for us to kind of go back and assess, you know, how those were in both the settlement and the stipulation, and then what are the kind of budget ramifications of many of the decisions we've made today, and then how do those look in the context of that. So as roughly proportionate to plan size, but I don't know exactly what that looks like today or what I'd be comfortable with, because I really need to reassess where we are on the budget in total given today's decision points.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if you, I mean, I just threw out the 15%. We're not going to adopt it in concrete today. I don't even think I'll call a vote on it, but does that feel too high, too low, just right?
It's probably somewhat reasonable. You know, something that I had asked about in the hearing was really a pretty significant amount of capital spend in the plan administration. And in the hearing, the company had expressed that as likely kind of software solutions or other, you know, things to support administration that are capital rather than like O&M, like staffing would be, but had no details on what that was. Like, there's no specific software, there's no idea on, so far as I could tell, exactly what this money was going toward, just the idea that there is some kind of proportion of spend that scales that requires this capital expenditure on things like software to support in terms of the budget. So I largely understood it as like a very vague expenditure for some proportion of the budget. So it makes sense to me that this all scales, continues to scale. But even with that, I'm a bit queasy with the lack of just precision or the vagueness with regard to, what we think we're spending this money on. I mean, I buy that there is work here, that you will need some software and things. It's just, do you really need proportionally that much more software expenditure for larger budgets? I don't know. That I struggled with that in the hearing, to be perfectly honest. That there's just not a lot of support for exactly what these expenses go to.
Commissioner Plant, just thoughts, guidance.
Yeah, I
as
mean, I think as you pointed out, we need to kind of look at what the final budget is. But to me, 15% seems like it's probably in the ballpark. I mean, what we heard was, what was proposed was something like 22%. I think what staff proposed is somewhere around 12 or 13%. So probably 15% is pretty close. But, I think we need to look at the overall program.
Mr. Mendelson, want to keep going?
Sure. So just to clarify, advisors are going to come back to you with a proposed budget based on what we heard today, and we will finalize both plan administration and advisory services at that time when that's taken up.
Yep.
Okay. The next issue is budget flexibility. The settlement approved the company's proposed flexibility of 25%. That will be dependent on consumer demand for those services. There would be an additional flexibility marker of 50% between portfolios. The settling parties agree it's reasonable to transition from an annual flexibility mechanism to a plan level flexibility mechanism. They also requested that the 90-day modification process would be invoked during those flexibility moments.
Ms. Dundas, do you want to jump in on something?
Yeah, just quickly, Chair. Just so we get all the decision points in front of you today, so for when we bring it back to have the conversation be complete. Connected to the program budget for advisory services is a settlement term about apportioning a portion for IQ and DI efforts. So I don't know if you want to have a conversation about that now to just have a sense of where each of you is at, or if we can.
Was
bring
there
that
a
back next
percentage?
time. Mr. Mendelson, I think it was 24% or so.
That seems reasonable to me. If I had to pick a number before you said it, that's where I would have landed. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I'm roughly supportive of the breakdown that they had there for IQDI, and we'll just have to come back and look at that in the context of the total budget and what that means for these specific areas. But I'm broadly supportive of that as we look to refine it.
And I'd say it's guidance, not like casting concrete. Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, and on the percentage, it just depends. I'm not prepared to vote on the percentage until I know what the budget is. If it lands fairly close to where the stipulation was, I'd probably provide significantly more flexibility than 25%, maybe even double 50. If it's in the middle, so I'm just not prepared to roll on or, even put forward a number until I see the budget. So I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, anything you'd add or say different?
No, I mean, I was pretty uncomfortable with the amount of flexibility, both in total and between programs with some of the programs that were proposed. Given our modifications, I'm more comfortable with it, but yeah, happy to look at it in the context of what budget we think this conversation arrives us at.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right, I think that's as much as we can do on budget. You want to jump to cost recovery, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes. The settlement embraces public services proposed cost recovery environment of a WAC treatment for all capital expenditure, 10-year amortization of rebate expenditures, full lifetime amortization for distribution capital expenditures of close to 56 years, and TIPA rider recovery. The company says the TEP proposal is predicated on these fundamental regulatory components. Just to be clear, the capital represents about 78% of the TEP budget. 22% is operating expense. Public service refers to SB 19077, which allows the company to earn a return on its TEP investments and rebates at the company's WAC. And the commission agreed in approving in the last TEP in decision C210017 at paragraph 80. The regs specifically refer to the rates and charges schedule for services provided by a program created under section 40-5-107 may allow a return on any investment made under this section by an electric public utility at the utility's weighted average cost account. The public service notes that the commission found 10-year amortization period for rebates is appropriate because the assets associated with those rebates are expected to provide system benefits for years to come. Public service also argues even though it will not own these assets, the financing is still to come from public service, representing utility funded investments in service producing assets. They refer to SB 19077 and where it states cost recovery provisions that are comparable to other regulated investments in the distribution grid. They also state a large scale reduction of offerings would need to take place if rebates are not allowed and be amortized and WAC applied. The stipulation says all rebates should be treated as O&M and should not be amortized. The stipulation also removes all distribution investments, so amortization is not an issue there. During answer testimony, staff says if the commission rejects full expensing, it suggests a 3-year amortization period on rebates. Staff suggests a rebate in itself is not a tangible asset with an expected service life without ownership or maintenance requirements. They note that in DSM programs, rebates are expensed. They say public service is already incentivized fully to expand its sales associated with EV adoption as it just increases load. And they say that the 19077 allows but does not require a WAC return on rebates. Mr. Hageland of staff calculates that $1 of rebates would represent $1.51 if amortized over 10 years to customers, and $1.18 to customers if it's amortized over 3 years, and only $1 itself if it's fully expensed. UCA notes that WAC recovery on rebates is not appropriate if cost recovery is allowed via the TIPA rider. The inaugural 2021 to 2023 TEP is the only program for which public service gets to amortize and earn a return on issued rebates. UCA states that because public service sets the TEP rider on a forecasted basis, the commission should treat rebates appropriately as an expense item and not allow rebates to be amortized or for public service to earn a return on any rebates. So the first decision for you is, does the commission agree with public service to apply a WAC/10-year amortization treatment of all rebates? Or alternatively, does the commission agree with the staff to require expensing of all rebates or limit amortization only 3 years?
Commissioner Plant, you want to go first since you raised this issue in your introductory comments?
Yeah, I mean, what I said in the introductory is pretty much it. I mean, I can't imagine a 10-year amortization on rebates. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. And to earn WAC on rebates, I think is excessive, especially when done in conjunction with a rider. If we were to expensing would be, my first option. If we weren't going to do that, then, I'd love to talk about, what the right term is, if it's 3 years, if it's, at the long-term cost of debt as opposed to WAC, or what the combination of measures are. But yeah, 10 years at WAC is, I can't support, so.
Commissioner Gutman.
Yeah, and so as we look back to the initial TEP, one important thing to keep in mind is the revenue decoupling adjustment was still in place, or still is generous. It was brand new. But it's kind of throughout the testimony, people pointed to public services, should be inherent interest in advancing transportation electrification in terms of increasing sales. And the company repeatedly pointed to the RDA as a reason they did not have an inherent interest in increasing sales, because it was decoupled, and now we don't have the RDA anymore, right? And so I think part of the reason that we saw the treatment we saw in the inaugural TEP was to recognize that lack of inherent incentive that existed, and in a way a form of performance incentive that the company stood to make more money the more successful they were at deploying the TEP rebates and whatnot. I think the situation on the ground has changed considerably now that the RDA is no longer in effect and there hasn't been any proposed replacement, and that the company now does have an inherent incentive to increase sales that come with transportation electrification. So then to me, the question is, does it get expensed entirely, or do we leave some shorter amortization period, like perhaps the 3-year staff suggested? I'm interested to hear from both of you. I think I could see my way to either one, in that, we don't have a PIM or any sort of PBR like around transportation electrification. So that sort of treatment of a rebate in my mind would be in lieu of some sort of PIM or PBR to ensure that the company has sufficient incentive. I think there's an argument to be made that without the RDA, they essentially have an incentive anyway to increase sales. But that's kind of how I thought of it at the time and how I'm thinking of it now. But I think the situation is significantly different, and I'm I wish that were recognized more throughout this proceeding, because it is a significantly different situation for the company as far as the benefit of increased sales to them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I also struggle with the 10 years, but I'm a little more sympathetic to WAC return, and maybe a somewhat longer amortization, because in the prior TAP and in the original filing, they were owning, operating, and rate basing assets. And I think it was a major step forward for them to back off it and shift to rebates. And I just think this whole thing is on a way better footing with, not having company ownership of EV charging infrastructure. And we've further restricted, company ownership of other assets, whether it's distribution or behind the meter. So I think, to really the first thing you said, Commissioner Plant, if we want to see this succeed, and it's now a rebate program, I think we better, at least in this version of the TAP, keep some incentive for them to do the rebates. And so, on my own, I was probably somewhere between 3 and 5 years for the amortization period, and maybe there's a PIM we can do with that. Although I hadn't thought about it, nor do I have a proposal for that. But I was more sympathetic to the amortization at WAC, just because of the starting point, which was company-owned rate-based stuff. So I just think this is a way better alternative, and let them have some profit on it, at least now, as we set this structure in place going forward. So I don't know if either of you, Commissioner Plant, any reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason that I'm less less leaning towards the amortization, although, you know, I could go to a 3-year amortization. It's just that you're taking these rebates that you're applying during this 3-year period and extending the cost out, you know, to beyond the period of the program. And it you know, there's not the rebates are rebates, you know, I mean, and the rebates are, you know, they're driving customer, you know, they're being driven by customer involvement to the extent that, you know, the customers are going to take us up on the various different programs. That's the extent to which the rebates are going to be allocated, and they're getting, you know, an ongoing recovery for that. So we kind of are throwing every potential incentive in there. Yeah, and the question is, you know, how long do we want that to run out if it's a rebate? I could, you know, like I said, I could do a 3-year whack rebate. But yeah.
Yeah, that may be where it lands, but you know, the risk is now on the private market. When this thing was initially, and it's just like everything goes towards company ownership and rate base, and this is like a step towards a better a proposal. So you just don't want to whack them too hard. Commissioner Gilman, where are you at on this?
I mean, it sounds to me like a 3-year amortization at whack is the right middle ground for now to essentially build in some performance incentive for the company to deploy the rebates to move forward. I agree with you. It's in a better spot than a ton of company ownership and rate base, although it's hard to always make the starting point of some of these filings have some bearing on this. But
well, it's not just this filing, it's what we did in the prior TEP.
Yeah.
So
but I think
it's not like their direct case. It's a commission order approving a company rate-based program, and they're shifting off what we approved before to do something different that I think is just a way better structure. So
right.
Just challenging your assertion about the starting point.
I think it's a helpful I think it's helpful to have some built-in performance incentive mechanism, short of inventing something whole cloth, brand new. I think this provides that, but also lessening the amortization period acknowledges, you know, I think a real change in circumstance from the first TUP when the revenue decoupling agent adjustment to the tune of tens of millions of dollars removed the company's incentive to add load.
All right. I think that 3-year is good. I mean, obviously it's better for customers the shorter we make it. So Mr. Mendelson, what else do we got to do?
We're next on to the TIPA rider mechanism. Public Service proposed the TIPA mechanism was developed less than 3 years ago when the Commission issued its final decision approval of the inaugural TEP. They contend the Commission should allow the rider to continue to recover TEP-related costs. The company argues that any receipt of grants or new funding opportunities may lower the company's actual TEP costs as collected through the TIPA rider. They contend that revenue requirements are not the same as program costs, and revenue requirements could be lowered via state and federal programs. The Affordability Coalition suggests the TIPA rider be continued, but not for distribution system investment, which has been removed. They also note that the TIPA should sunset in the next TEP application, which is expected, which they argue should be in 2025 per stipulation term 15. Staff in its answer testimony said that the company should recover and allocate TEP-related costs in the same way as other main investments through base rates in the ordinary course of business. They also suggest that riders should be utilized to allow rapid recovery of costs where the company has no control, such as fuel expenses, and to moderate customer bills by foregoing financing costs. Staff also notes that if the commission maintains the TIPA rider, they recommend the following: that the commission should clarify the types of costs allowed and or excluded from the TIPA rider, and require the company to establish or proposal to wind down the rider in any future TEP application, including transition plans for cost recovery in the ordinary course of business and reporting on rider termination practice. So the decision before you today is, does the commission agree to continue to take the rider?
The TIPA rider is on a forecasted basis, right?
I don't believe they've over collected. Are you suggesting that whether there's funds from the first?
No,
TIPA?
I'm just asking if they've over collected. It is based on projected, not actual.
I'm not certain of that. I looked in the record and didn't see any indication that it was on a forecasted basis that would have given them an overage.
Well, that would push me back no more than 3 years. I mean, I think we're probably gonna continue the TEPA rider. Yeah, maybe we should look hard at winding it down in the future. I don't know, Commissioner Plant, where you at on this?
Yeah, I mean, what's going into it has changed quite a bit now. So I think, I mean, my inclination would be, I guess, to continue the TEPA rider and then roll it all into the next rate case.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I don't see a reason to cease the TEPA rider right now. I think we've made some real improvements in my mind and moderations to the plan and the treatment of a lot of the expenses and kind of the style and deployment of a lot of the expenses that I think provide real benefits. So I'm okay with maintaining the TEPA rider at this point in time, you know, kind of given all of the provisions that we discussed today with program design and budgets.
All right, Mr. Mendelson? Deferral.
So the next decision point on the rider is, does the commission agree with the stipulation of staff that the company's next TEP application should include a proposal to wind down the TEPA rider?
I would just say it's an issue for the next one. And I would express a preference for the commission to wind it down, but I don't know. We're ordering it to wind down. I don't know. Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be hard for us to determine at this point. I mean, the last one, you know, they expended 25% of what they expected. So I don't know. Until we know how this goes, I don't think we could say.
Yeah, we don't even know the budget right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the program design, the budgets and the cost recovery all kind of intertwine in a way that, you know, we'll be able to make a decision when we see it in the next TEP. I can't say at this point in time that I know it should wind down in the next TEP, especially when we're expecting to continue to see an acceleration, unintended, on the uptake of EVs and kind of what this plan might be supporting. So I just don't know the flavor of that at this point to be confident enough to say. Certainly it's something that I suspect will be looked at in the next TEP, but short of that, I don't have any specifics for the next TEP.
All right, you want to keep going?
One last decision on the rider is there are two settlement terms, number 8.2 and number 9. 8.2 says that the existing TIPA revenue requirement formula will be used. Number 9 says no presumption of prudence on the budget will be applied. Does the commission agree with those two terms of the settlement?
For plan.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yes.
Why?
The next issue is the deferral mechanism. The stipulation of paragraph 10 suggests the commission should establish a deferral mechanism starting in 2024 to defer the net incremental revenue from EV charging using the company's best estimate of net incremental revenues. This was originally proposed by the CEC. Stipulation states that deferral mechanism will ensure that the same revenues the company uses to demonstrate statutory compliance will accrue to the benefit of ratepayers. The CEC's Mr. Higgins at hearing indicated that if the next rate case had a 2024 test year, the deferral mechanism, perhaps $42 million in the example provided, will be adjusted out of the revenue requirement. However, if the next rate case applied a 2025 test year, that $42 million from 2024 will be separately credited to customers. Public Service responds that even though the revenue decoupling adjustment pilot expired at the end of 2023, customers will still receive the benefits of EV-related load growth through two methods. First, individual riders such as the TIPA that offset their costs with current revenues and are adjusted annually based on sales. Second, during electric rate cases, the company's revenues are reflected in the establishment of base rates. Public Service contends that in the event overall load growth due to electrification matches the growth in costs, the company will not need to increase its base rates. In such examples, rate cases will be deferred. In the event that overall load growth fails to match the growth in costs, the revenue from load growth will offset the need for otherwise higher base rates. Again, this is a customer benefit, they argue. In both instances, revenue growth, including from EVs, is provided back to customers. The company further states that the type of proposal is outside the commands of the statute, SB 19077's directive to consider net revenues in calculating the retail rate cap. They also note that the RDA pilot relied on actual sales data to measure the amount of over and under recovered volumes. The company does not directly meter all EV charging, they note. They also argue that the deferral mechanism would need to rely on assumptions about behind the meter EV charging and the rates under which this charging occurs in order to estimate the amount of revenues to defer. They also question why revenues from EV should be treated differently from other types of company revenues, including other revenues from beneficial electrification. So the question before you is, does the Commission agree with the Affordability Coalition and support the implementation of a deferral mechanism on EV-related revenue?
Commissioner Goldman, you want to go first?
Sure. Given some of the other restrictions that I think we placed on expenditures, I don't see moving forward with the deferral mechanism. Perhaps if we'd gone far bigger in the budget or far more ambitious, I might feel differently. But I think we've placed the right restrictions in the right areas thus far. I mean, I think it's a creative proposal, and I appreciate them bringing it forward so we could really evaluate. I mean, in a way, it's a dare. Like, are these revenues really what you say they are in the rate impact calculation? And if so, we need to preserve them for customers in the future. Realistically, I don't really see that as the way the system works, but I think kind of points to this glaring question of how do we really properly assess the cost effectiveness and the revenue that's generated from the plan. And I think we've already pointed out that's an area we intend and hope to focus more and get better information, better data upon which to look at this. But I don't put an enormous amount of stock in what revenues are being attributed to the plan right now. So kind of amplifying that perhaps incorrect assumption in this mechanism isn't really the answer to me. I think we've made more reasonable recommendations on the programs, and that I'm comfortable with without the deferral mechanism.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I would agree with not going forward with the deferral mechanism.
Yeah, I agree. We've tried to address these issues elsewhere in our decision. So Keep going, Mr. Mendelson, and maybe you can do cost allocation more briefly if you would. You're on mute.
So the next issue is cost allocation. Public Service states that in the prior TEP, the commission approved allocation methods depending on program type. They said that the allocation method was overly complicated. It required the grouping of costs into several cost categories, and that these cost categories do not map well to the costs at issue in this TEP. Public Service proposes a two-step allocation, which is uniformly applied to all costs in the TEP. One, to directly assign costs as being residential or non-residential. Non-assignable costs are split between the two categories based on the resulting split. And step two is to apply a specific allocation method related to each of those classes. The stipulating parties indicate that the cost allocation method should remain consistent with the prior TEP, where the commission approved the proposed method based on non-coincident peak only. CEC argues that the last TEP adopted an allocation of about 45-55 residential commercial, and that the new TEP shifts the allocation to only 23% residential, 23% residential, 77% commercial, roughly. CEC says the new allocation represents an arbitrary reclassification of costs, where all TCFC costs are allocated to commercial customers. EVSI and EVSE are multifamily housing are also allocated only to commercial customers. And similarly for school bus and government EV rebates, that those are allocated to commercial customers. And the CEC says the commission should ask, who are the primary beneficiaries of these investments? They also argue the commission should apply an allocator from the last TEP, which was the class non-coincident peak, excluding transmission general and lighting. And the Public Service uses this in this case to allocate TCFC costs among non-residential classes. Public Service responds to the investment targeted for multifamily housing. Such customers are formally in the commercial class, and therefore the allocation to commercial is appropriate. CEC replies the allocation should not be on the entity hosting the EV investment, rather on the users or beneficiaries. They also state that their recommended allocation, which they provide a detailed summary of in their table KCH4, results in a split of 41% residential, 58%, 59% non-residential. So the decision before you says the commission agree with Public Service and adopt the revised allocation method as proposed in the TEP, or alternatively, does the commission adopt one or more of CEC's proposed allogators as presented in table KCH4?
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mendelson. You know, I'm finding a pretty big shift in allocation to commercial customers. You know, something like multifamily dwelling, I can see is kind of a combination of who really is benefiting in terms of rate class. So I'd be more comfortable moving forward with CEC's allocation suggestions, with maybe one modification, that the NCP methodology be used to allocate the multifamily housing as a split. But that I think represents a more reasonable split between residential and commercial classes than we saw in the company's proposal. Commissioner
Plant?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I think that it has been a a much more dramatic shift in the way that it's been allocated. I don't agree with some of the arguments that were made by the CEC in terms of particularly the bus I think does benefit businesses as well as residences, but I think that their allocation makes a lot more sense.
I'm fine with that too. If you can keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay, the next issue, then there are what I call remaining other issues. The first one is IQDI criteria. The settlement states the company shall use the agreed to IQDI community criteria for each of the affected programs consistent with House Bill 23-1233 and meeting at least one of the following criteria: low income, racial makeup, housing cost burden, linguistically isolated, historically marginalized, tribal lands, or mobile home communities. Adherence to these guidelines is to be identified either through the Colorado Enviro Screen or through the Federal Council on Environmental Quality's Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And at least 15% of the total commission-approved 3-year TEP budget will be dedicated to support equity-eligible customers and communities, with an annual minimum of 5% of the annual TEP budget dedicated to support these customers and communities. The stipulating parties suggest a very similar criteria, that is, IQDI expenditures should comprise at least 15% of the total 3-year budget, with an annual minimum of 5% of the budget dedicated to supporting equity-eligible programs. So the decision point is, does the commission approve the IQDI's implementation protocols in the settlement?
Commissioner Goman,
Yes, I support those.
Commissioner Plant,
Yes.
as do I. I guess the next issue is reporting, and I just say I'm good with the settlement reporting requirements of a year. Does that work for you, Commissioners Gilman and Plant, or do you need to? I think 6 months, as staff suggests, seems a little abrupt. Commissioner Goman,
Yes, I'm supportive of the settlement reporting requirement.
Commissioner Plant,
I am as well.
you want to go to program evaluation, Mr. Mendelson?
Sure. So paragraph 72 through 75 of the settlement are associated with program evaluation, which requires the company to complete remaining program evaluations for its 2021 to 2023 TEP. In its next TEP application, program evaluations for all new programs would also be required. If the company does not file an evaluation of a new program, paragraph 74 requires them to provide a preliminary assessment and identify barriers as part of its following TEP for 27 to 29. The next TEP is also to include a detailed evaluation proposal for the 2027 to 2029 programs. Non-settlement parties do not appear to address program evaluation. So the decision before you is, does the commission approve the program evaluation plan as presented in the settlement?
Commissioner Goman,
Yes.
Commissioner Plant,
Yes.
I do too. Keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay. The next issue is the deferral of consultant fees. In the settlement, Public Service agrees to not seek cost recovery for the Brattle report, which included the cost-benefit analysis the Public Service sought to protect from discovery by claiming attorney-client privilege. In staff's statement of position, it requests the commission also deny or require recovery of all consultant costs in this proceeding, which would include the Guidehouse study. Staff also requests the commission should make a general determination that work products from third-party consultants are not recoverable from ratepayers if the utility refuses to provide them during relevant litigated proceedings. Staff opposes the company's deferral of Guidehouse at $1.2 million, arguing that the ratepayers were not well served by the confusion and uncertainty Guidehouse created in this proceeding through the late correction of material mistakes in its analysis. So the decision before you is, should the commission allow the company to defer the cost of the Guidehouse study so it is potentially recoverable in the next rate case, or should the commission immediately deny their cost recovery as suggested by staff?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a bunch of the staff's criticisms of the Guidehouse report, but I don't think that rises to the level of imprudency or disallowance. So I would allow for the deferral. Commissioner Goman, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, the guardhouse study was used here. Certainly it's unfortunate that there was a lot of confusion caused there. But I would tend to agree with you. I think recovery of it's fine. I do feel somewhat differently about the Brattle report that was a consultant effort that was then not included in this record. So that might be a different matter we'll want to discuss.
Well, do you have any comments on that?
I think that was excluded, right? The
No, I
Brattle.
know, that's my understanding. Did you have other comments, Commissioner Gilman?
No, Mr. Mendelson, was the expense of the Brattle report excluded? Oh, yeah, it's excluded.
You okay with that outcome, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I agree.
Keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
I do think it's helpful, though, perhaps for the future. I mean, the extent to which information is completed or solicited by the company, by consultant, is not included in the record. It feels very appropriate that recovery not be provided for that in this case. I mean, this only elevates the intrigue into that document for sure.
Agreed.
Okay. So, and that was my next decision point is whether to adopt staff's recommended guidance, the products from third party that are should not be recoverable from ratepayers if they're not provided in litigated proceedings.
All right, keep going.
Okay, then the next issue is deferral of case expenses. The seven parties request the commission grant the company's request to defer case expenses to the next appropriate future proceeding. Does the commission agree with that paragraph 79 of the settlement?
I do. Commissioner Gilman?
I do.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
The next issue is rule waiver, but I'm sorry, it's related to distribution system investment, which we've disallowed. The next issue is whether to continue the 2023 plan. Per paragraph 12 of the settlement, settling parties agree that the company's 21 to 23 TAP program should continue to operate until a final decision is reached in this proceeding. Do you agree with that component?
I do. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I do. And, we're always in such a tough cadence with these filings where you seemingly always end up in the year that you basically have no plan for at least part of the year, which is not ideal, but I'm a pretty firm believer that, stopping and starting and kind of sending very confusing messages to the market is a lot more damaging. So I would certainly like to see and expect them to continue until this one goes into effect.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I.
Okay, we're almost done. The next issue is related to the compliance filing. Settlement terms 77 and 78 agree that the company will file all tariff changes necessary to effectuate the approved TEP through one or more compliance advice letters. And also the company commits to filing an updated TEP into this proceeding within 60 days of receiving a final commission decision, reflecting any changes needed to align the TEP with the commission's final decision.
That makes sense to me. Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I. I think that concludes our issue list. I have some questions on the process. Anything else before I turn to those, Mr. Mendelson?
No other decisions.
So I think we want to bring this back in a couple weeks, but I'm not sure we're going to have a TBC decision. So maybe Ms. Dundas, Mr. Mendelson, any thoughts on how, sort of the process going forward? I guess you have enough to start drafting a decision, but and I don't know what the time frame is. Do we need to bring this back like on the 21st of March? So there's a TBC decision. What exactly is the process?
I would suggest that we work up a budget based on today's decisions and provide that to you all. You've actually seen a draft version of that based on our initial recommendations. So it's largely completed. So we can get that to you this week actually, and then discuss that so that the commission is in agreement on the final budget.
Oh, I like that. So we can even bring this back maybe even next week if we have clarity on the budget, and then we can do a TBC decision after that, or and you probably have enough to get started now. Is that fair?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we could take it up if it's as simply as giving you that proposed budget and you guys discussing that in public and finalizing numbers. We could do that next week.
So what we'll see, but any other guidance on that, Ms. Dundas, before we break?
No, I think that makes sense, Chair. So we would provide sort of advisors' notes on what the outcome was after this first deliberations. You would digest that, bring it back for final cleanup, and then we would do a TBC circulation after that.
Yeah, that's
and we've already started on a draft, so that's not a problem. The order will be done pretty soon after the second deliberations. And just the determination on what week we bring it back can be done offline.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks to the company. Thanks for the parties. Thanks to advisors and counsel, and to you. It's a 4-hour marathon. I think I don't know how you went without eating for 4 hours and 15 minutes, Commissioner Plant, but I don't think Commissioner Gilman and I could do it. Commissioner Gilman, any final thoughts before we break?
No, this all works for me, and thanks to the team for continuing to get us prepared on it.
Commissioner Plant, any final thoughts?
Yep, I think this is great, and look forward to seeing how it all pans out.
Me too. All right, thanks to everybody. We're adjourned.